Let's talk about it. Real truth and power. Health. Wealth. Knowledge of self. Uplifting the community. Let's talk about it.
You are now tuned in to Real Truth and Power, the show that uplifts the community with health, wealth, and knowledge of self. Here's your host, Everett Winchester.
Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings. We are now live. Welcome to the Real Truth and Power live podcast where we provide health, wealth, and knowledge of self. I'm juggling a couple of things right now, so bear with me as I get everything straight. Trying to see why we're not on Rock Media, but we'll have that together in a minute. Today's topic is going to be really good. It's going to be about who should we be trusting to be leaders in our community? I think that's going to be very important. That's going to be very important as we go forward in the upliftment of our community. We have a lot of people that feel like church leaders are running the community and have a voice with politics and everything like that. We have other people that feel people in the Pan-African community should really have a hold over the community. So we're going to look at a couple of things and see what's going on, see how we can fix these things, see how we can relate. A lot of people feel like the church is not the answer anymore. They feel like the pastors and the preachers have been selling us out. So we have to really look at a lot of different things when it comes to leaders in the community. And we're going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about a lot of other things. I may have somebody call the show if he's not punking out and scared. Brother calls himself King Ados. So we're going to see if this brother's really going to call up. He critiqued one of my videos. So I'm interested to see if he's going to come on and be about the business of talking. So I'm going to play a quick highlight real quick. Quick commercial. You know how we do when we pay our bills. Let everybody get into the room. And I see we already got my good brother Keith Scott in the room. Before I bring him in, I'll touch on the topic a little more and we can get it in. All right, family, let's go to this real quick.
I used to think vacations meant white sand and pool drinks, until I realized I was skipping my story. I've got 10 days to reconnect with my roots, or spend another year feeling like a tourist in my own identity. So I booked with Black Star Travel. They don't do tours, they build homecomings. Real connection, real culture, no filters. I thought I'd be the outsider, but the moment I stepped off that plane, I felt seen. They weren't just places, they were pieces of me I never knew I lost. Travel with purpose, travel with pride, travel with Black Star.
They told me I was dying, but I wasn't ready to go. I dug into the dirt, prayed over seedlings, raised chickens, bees, watermelons bursting with color. Then the UNIA said, "This isn't just a garden." They called it liberty. Now the bees hum freedom. My backyard feeds bodies and spirits. But the fence can't hold the harvest. Our people are hungry. Our youth, they're starving for purpose. We need space. We need you. Join the UNIA. Learn to grow food inside and out. Hydroponics, farming, healing, dignity. This isn't agriculture. This is liberation. They buried us. We planted back. Not charity, sovereignty. We turned hunger into harvest. That's power.
All right, family. For those that don't know, we've just applied to get our own garden. We're not going to call it a garden because our agriculture coordinator of the UNIA, that video is after her sister Narcissa Michon Davis. She has a garden in her yard, growing watermelon. She has a little fish pond in her yard. She's got chickens in her yard, a beehive in her yard. So we take our agriculture really serious. And we want everybody to know that that is something that comes straight down from the President General himself. As you don't know, maybe you do, we have a farm in Liberia, a farm in Curacao. So it's very important for us to feed ourselves, be self-sufficient. I'm sure a lot of you guys have been listening in and know we have the Black-owned grocery store and restaurants and things of that nature, following the plan of Marcus Garvey, So I'm excited to be here today. We're really, really, really excited. We want to really get up and get things moving. And today's topic is really powerful. Today's topic is about who should be leading us. Who should be leading us? Should it be the pastors? Should it be the pastors that's leading us? Should it be the politicians? Should it be the politicians that's leading us? And on our last show, Baba Rahim Shabz said something that was definitely hit home. He said, you know, we don't have any leaders. They've killed all our real leaders. And what happens is there's no rules in the street. So the streets create the rules. And that was something that was definitely powerful. When we start dealing with the youth, you know, I coach youth football, coach youth basketball, and used to coach youth football. It is definitely difficult for us to go at the young kids and preach to them. You got to come at the kids on their level. And that's what's really important. You have to come at the kids on their level. And it's very important for us to understand that. When we talk about the preachers, you know, a lot of people say the church has let us down or they're not into religion as much anymore. They're spiritual. And I get that part of it. But we have to understand that the Black church played a mighty pivotal role in the liberation of African Americans. A lot of the UNIA divisions started out as churches, as you know, from Malcolm X's father. The civil rights era, churches was heavy into that. But somewhere people are saying through the Facebook comments and so forth that, we went astray. Something happened. And so we need to figure out what happened. We need to figure out what went wrong. And, that's going to be definitely interesting to do. So I'm going to go over a couple of comments real quick. I got 2 guests in the building right now. So the first comment, peace and blessings, Dr. Dennis Assar Winkler. Dr. Daw, great show you had on the other day. Man, that was a powerful show for all of those that missed it. He was interviewing Brother Emotep. Great show, good brother. Keep pushing. You know I love you, Doc. Do for self. Black power. Save our youth. Ashe. All the time. That's what it's all about. Sergeant at Arms, Tony Culture. The UNIA. Yes. That's where people need to look at the UNIA for uplifting and being leaders for our people. That's what they were created for. And I think that's it. I'm going to bring in my first guest. He's a weekly right now, my good brother, Keith Scott. Peace and blessings, good brother. How you doing today?
Peace and blessings. I'm doing fine. How you doing today?
I can't complain, brother. I can't complain. In fact, hold on 1 second. Let me bring you in over here. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. There we go. So, you know about the topic, good brother. Talk to the people a little bit about why this topic moved you to call in today. Who are leading our people as a community? Do we have leaders? Do we trust the leaders that we have? Is it the politicians? Is it the church? Is it the Pan-African community? Is it guys in the street? Is it football and youth coaches? Is it the rec centers? Where can our youth go? Where can our young parents go to trust in leadership? Talk to me.
Unfortunately, we don't have none. Not at all. Okay, a leader is somebody supposed to take you someplace.
Okay.
Right now, I mean, you got a lot of people who's talking. They might sound good, but nobody got any direction that they want to go.
Okay.
Everybody want to hover around that maintaining, that surviving. Nobody want to put their neck out in the line and say, power is mostly taken, is never given. And there's no one saying, you know what? Well, I'm saying it. We have to take the power that's been taken back from us back. And somebody have to say that the system that we're living in have to be destroyed. It have to be broken down, tear down. We can never build on a system that's designed to keep us oppressed. I mean, it's common sense. You got to destroy it before you can build.
Facts.
And this system is not doing right by us ever. So the common sense would be like, destroy it. I mean, I'm okay with that. I mean, if you have to remove the problem before you can build anything. And a leader would tell you that. A leader would give you a direction and a goal to accomplish. But
let me ask you this though: when you say build it, I mean destroy it and build up another system and things of that nature. Let me ask you this quick question: How will the community know to believe in you? To believe in someone to say that? Because I'm looking at the youth, I'm looking at, the inner city and the community kids, and the lack of trust is just terrible right now. So how would we convince the community to get up off of being Republican, get off of being Democrat, get up off of this systematic oppressive society, and let's do our own thing? Because the trust is not there for our politicians, it's not there for our pastors, etc. So how do you convince the community to trust? Because when you say things like that, you're ultimately saying you're a leader in the community. Why would they trust you?
Because I'm saying what they're saying. Okay, this city is not Republican or Democrat. I mean, how loud Black people got to say it? The fact that people can hear it. I mean, they're not voting for either party. They standing down because simple fact that nobody's offering them anything.
So are you saying they should go to the churches? Or the pastors now a leader?
No, the church is not doing it either. The church is not doing nothing. They're not offering anybody anything. Everybody want to stay on the side of the politicians because they never know when they want to ask for a favor. So nobody's going to take that leap and say, okay, y'all got to go. But I'm saying it. They got to go, man. I mean, it's nowhere in the world we can ever build on nothing. Nothing from nothing is nothing. Okay, and we was never liberated. If we was liberated, we would have our own.
Mm.
We have nothing. We have no power.
Now you come on, you pretty consistent on what you're saying about starting your political party. You've been
Already
really
have.
on.
Already have.
I apologize.
It's,
You've been
okay,
pretty
it's the
consistent.
Newsom party. The Newsom party. It's the Newsom party.
The Newsom party. Okay, break that. Where'd you get that name from?
My brother Fred Newsom. He's the director of the party. He created it. And we working together to actually put it in place. The fact that we were trying to get on this ballot for 2028 so we can actually remove this system.
Now let me go back. You talked about because you for those that don't know, if you've been tuning in weekly, Brother Keith Scott is a weekly guest, and he actually ran for mayor. Let me ask you this as we get into it: how can we put a leader in front of our people? How can we select a leader to lead our people? They destroyed the Malcolms. They destroyed the Marcus Garveys. They destroy every good leader we have. And maybe right now the community has to look inside and figure out and pick somebody out that has their agendas and things of that nature. How can we go about figuring out who can lead us? Because that's a major part of it.
Well, I mean, you have most of the leaders we had was there was teachers. They spoke of freedom, whatever they spoke on, whatever case you may having your own, whatever. But what they haven't done is actually show you how to do it.
Mm.
So Martin. He did the liberation Black people from depression, freedom. Against races and stuff like that. But I would put it like this here. The Black Panthers actually did what they said they was going to do. They organized. They had hospitals. They fed kids. They had learning centers. Instead of them teaching people, show people how to do stuff. It's like we never. The people that we call leaders.
Mm-hmm.
They're good at pumping you up. Telling you, activists. But none of them was actually revolutionary. Okay, a revolutionary want to tear the system down and build it up.
Well, brother, when you say that word revolutionary, brother Mawalimu always says it, and I believe it as well. The elders in the UNIA say, when you say you're a revolutionary, that comes with that comes with a death sentence, brother. Your life is on the line. So a lot of the people that are revolutionaries, they don't make it to be able to lead our people. Most of the revolutionaries get killed.
Yeah, I know that. So that's why I'm like I said, I know that I can go outside and get killed right now.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Who should be leading our people right now? Let's get to it, brother. Who now? And I'm gonna name a couple of places. Politician wise, name me a politician that you feel could lead our people, get things in order from the political arena. Give me one.
None.
Give me somebody in the religious area.
None.
Minister Farrakhan, Nation of Islam.
No.
T.D. Jakes, brother.
No.
T.D. Jakes.
No.
The last time you been to church, brother. You really been getting on the pastors. You've been getting on the pastors the last couple weeks, brother.
Okay. By last time I've been to church, I could tell you a story about that and you would never believe. That actually closed the door on churches for me. I had experiences. It's a story, but it really, really, really just closed the door on churches for me.
What happened with you in church?
I went to church. I felt like go to church. I went to church. It happened this particular day. I met the pastor. And first of all, the pastor is a Christian church, but he's sporting the Star of David.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked him the question. I said, I mean, it is a Christian church. He said, well, you got the Star of David. He said it was a gift. Well, I let it go. So this particular day, it was his birthday.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. You scaring me. Where you going at with this, brother? Is this? You sure you want to say this story, brother? You talking about the pastor and his birthday? I just want everybody to get a little. I just want everybody to get a little. Be aware, because it sounds like you're going somewhere where I think you're going. It's going to be a little dangerous.
Well, wait till you hear the story. Hit. I got a nice punchline for you. All right, so the choir was singing, and the pastor came down singing, whatever case to be. So all of a sudden, it was a lady coming down the aisle dressed in all yellow with a big box. So
What you mean, big box?
A big gift box.
Like a gift to give to the pastor.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So
I gotta be sure, brother.
All right. So he opened the box and pulled out a Louis Vuitton briefcase with the price tag still on it. So he actually picked it up and read the price tag. The price tag was $2,500 for the briefcase.
Dang.
All right.
Hold up. She bought the pastor $2,500
briefcase from Louis Vuitton. So he got to the pulpit and opened it up and looked at the price and quoted the price. So then he continued and made a statement and said, "This is why this sister is blessed, because she buy me stuff."
How old was you then?
It was like, it had to be like 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So when he made that statement that she's blessed because she buy him stuff, it was an impulse, and I said, "What the fuck?" And I stood up and walked out, and I never been back to a church since. So
shout out to Lady J. She on here, and I don't want her coming after you talking about the pastors, brother. I don't want you. Hey, real quick, hold your thought. I'm thinking about putting that brother out there on the show tonight as well. I'm thinking about it. I had to call up Lady J's show. This brother was sitting with his white wife saying the N-word, calling me the N-word, calling me all kinds of names. And I didn't want to disrespect the platform, but the brother can always come up here and express himself, but I would never disrespect Lady J's platform. But go ahead, brother. And by the way, if anybody wants to join the show, I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. If you want to join the show, let me put that link in the chat right now. Hold on one second. If you don't receive it, just comment and I got you. That is the link to join the show. Now, see, we got somebody else in there, so hold tight, good brother. But so you don't trust the church, right? We believe in that. I know you don't trust any politicians. You can't name me one good brother. That's a good brother.
No, not. Oh well, I would say people who's already not in the system. I mean, you got a lot of activists out there that's want to actually go, get elected and
hold your thought. So you don't have really any politicians and no pastors. What about the activists out there that's not really, we got a lot of Black Panthers, UNIA, PLM, Pan-African organizations. Do you think why aren't they getting more leadership respect for their leadership in the Black community? I'm not just talking about in the Pan-African community or like in the Nation of Islam community or the Moorish community. I'm talking about the Black community. I mean, the whole collective. Like, you can't just have your little community and say you're a leader. I'm talking about the community. When we walk out in the streets, North and Penn, Sandtown, Cherry Hill, any city that has a hood, you don't see any organizations that can take the forefront?
Yeah. A lot.
What's going on? Why is there a disconnect?
Because it's like this here. Look, okay, your organization.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if y'all had the power to do what's necessary, I'm really concerned that y'all would that y'all would do the right thing with this power. Okay.
Well, what do you call power, good brother? What do you call power?
Power is ability to change lives, educate. Well, our schools is messed up. I'm pretty much sure if y'all had the power, y'all would fix these schools. I'm pretty much sure if Christina Flowers had the power to eliminate homelessness, she would do it. People who actually doing the work without the power to actually make a difference is the people that need the power to do what they have to do. They're limited by the government and the system that we live in. The power is in the wrong hands.
Well, let's talk about this. Saying that you mentioned that we don't have a bunch of leaders, it isn't like we have leadership training in our community. You know, if you go back and like we just spoke about, they get rid of our leaders at a very early age. I mean, when you think about how young Malcolm and they were young, you know, they were real young.
Yeah.
So is there anybody in the entertainment business, brother, that could lead us?
No.
You sure about that, brother?
Entertainers, like, I mean, no.
I don't know. I gotta check, brother. You might say you gonna, if LeBron James come in town, you're gonna ask him to run for your political party for you, brother. I'm just asking.
No,
brother.
no. I mean, he's a basketball player. I mean, he's not a activist or I mean, he play basketball. I mean, he might have opinion or something, but no. Okay, I mean, he's not. I mean, it's like this here. He's not living paycheck to paycheck. He's not surviving on the scraps that's pretty much doing things, you know, murdering kids, can't educate the children, you know, that the fact that you can't survive in the city that you live in and you spend your whole life in. Okay, he don't have that. He's not part of that. Okay, it's gonna be a person who actually feeling for his people that want to make a change. And the fact that he don't have the power to do it is the thing. But you got a whole lot of people that's activists that's been doing this for a long time that's getting tired because they see the fact that no matter how long they've been doing this, they still in the same spot.
Let me ask you this before I let you go, because I got somebody else in here. You flown, you hitting on some points. Let me ask you this. Somebody might be listening. A couple of kids from my basketball might be listening like, who's this dude? You ain't even a leader in your own community. So how you going to try to tell somebody who needs to lead them and who should be the leader? Who gives you that right? What's your expertise in leadership? So speak about why you're not one of those leaders. What can you do to step up for the community?
I'm not one of those.
Don't stutter on me, brother.
I'm not one of those leaders. What I am is a revolutionary. I'm here to destroy the system that's been depressing you for generations and generations. Okay, now it's up to y'all brothers like you to build the system back, but I'm here to destroy it. That's my job. I'm the destroyer. I'm here to destroy the system that's been oppressing black people for generations.
So you ready for warfare? Because you know most armies, most militaries, people don't realize that when they go to war, their main job is to destroy community and build it up. That's why you see the construction and them learning that stuff. So you ready to go to war, huh, brother?
I'm not here to destroy communities. I'm here to build up communities. I'm here to destroy the system. Okay, it's like this here, bro. If you want the system to remain, don't do nothing. If you want the system to change and out of your life, help me get my 10,000 signatures. Put my people in place, and we would destroy that system. But if you want to sit there and not do nothing, be my guest. But this system got to go. We're never gonna have anything in this system. Republicans, Democrats, they're not for us. They're not. They never been. They never will.
But you got, before I let you go, answer this, because you got me feeling doomed. You got me feeling like there's no way in the world we have any hope. We can't
In
trust
the
the politicians. We can't trust the pastors. You said we can't. Farrakhan can't lead us. You said the UNIA and the Black Panthers are good, but nobody listens to them. They don't have no power. And here you come, big old Keith Scott, talking about he's a revolutionary and he's gonna break down the system. I mean,
Well,
you got me feeling doomed, brother. There's no hope.
no, that's the hope. The hope is we got over 300,000 people in Baltimore City that don't vote because they see what I see. They see that the system is not for us. And people who just not looking at it, that's unity right there. 300 and over 300,000 Black people doing the same thing for the same reason. If that's not unity, what is unity is?
Mm.
Okay, it's all we have to do is present a.
So you saying that we just need to get unified? We don't really need a group or a leader. We just need to be unified.
Well, see, this government is supposed to be for the people. That means the people are supposed to have communities and tell their representatives
I'm
what
gonna
to
let
do.
you go, but hold on. But you saying that's all we need, but we can't even agree on Democrat or Republican. We can't even come to the table and agree on anything.
But we not, because we're not Republican or Democrat. Take that party even out of there. People are not voting because of that.
Forget Democrat or Republican. We struggle with unity. So how can we buck the system? We got a lot of sellouts and sambos, brother Keith. We got a lot of sellouts and sambos, brother. So how are we gonna buck the system and close out with this? How are we gonna buck the system and do all of this stuff when we can't even unify, brother? How are we gonna how can we go and say, oh, we're gonna support brother Keith? He's putting together this political party for Black people, and we can shake up the inner city and things like that, but we can't even unify. So we don't have somebody to galvanize us to get together.
Because I'm offering, by removing the system, I'm offering reparations.
So you saying once you get your people in place, you giving them that check?
We getting the property. The property is what we're going to be able to develop. Okay, Baltimore City is full of condemned buildings. Okay, the buildings that's not there is going to come straight to the community. And
hold up, and close out on this. But don't just focus on Baltimore. Focus on the Black community as a whole. Because if you do it in Baltimore, you got to unify Baltimore to come up with these signatures and get everybody in. You got to get all the Black people on board. And the people that's getting the checks, like the mayor, the governor, they ain't going to be supporting your party. So you already got, you don't have no unity. They already getting people the bag. So.
Well, I don't need them. I don't need them. All I need is that 350,000 Black people who don't want the system. That's all I need.
His name is Keith Scott, former mayor candidate. Thank you for blessing me, brother. You mentioned some things about reparations. It's this brother on Twitter that's been going at me called King Ados. I invited him to jump on. We'll see if he jumps on. But I thank you so much, brother Keith. And I always say this is not my show. This is our show. So every week, come in and bless me, my brother. I appreciate you.
No problem.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
That was former mayor brother Keith Scott, former mayor candidate. I'm sorry. So I see we got a few people in the building. Do me this favor.
Smash it now!
Come on, y'all. It's free. It's free. Smash that like button. The more we hit the like button, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, if you're on Instagram, I didn't go to TikTok today. Hit that like button. Show me some love. And the more people get, the more that you hit the like button, the more the algorithms hit. And if you're on YouTube, I'm stuttering today. If you're on YouTube, bless me with that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Real Truth and Power and UNIA Rock Meeting. All right, I'm going to go to my next guest. I see President John from Atlanta in the building. 42 Cat is in the building. I'm bringing on my next guest right here, Brother Rahim. You there, good brother?
Hey, salute, Black Power. Race first.
Race
Thanks for
first,
having me
good
on board,
brother.
brother.
Thanks for joining. Please introduce yourself to the people that don't know who you are.
Absolutely. My name Rahim Shabz. I'm part of Do for Self organization, also on Black Panther Party for Self Determination, and we are umbrella over by the Black Panther movement with Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz and a lot of other brothers and sisters who are honorable throughout the DMV, Virginia, New York, nationwide, and globally. And we're focusing on our youth, we're focusing on our people, we're focusing on saving our people and actually restoring Black excellence globally. You know what I'm saying? And just to go on back on what the mayor, the candidate for Baltimore was saying,
Brother
we do
Keith.
have to destroy the system.
Yes,
You know what
sir.
I mean? And I hope he runs for mayor again. To advise him to run again. You know what I mean? And again, we need more brothers and sisters running for mayors, city councils, delegates. We need new Black presidents. You know what I'm saying? Of the United Snakes of America. We need more Black brothers and sisters in politics. I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I don't support none of that. I support 100% RBG.
Mm,
We need our own RBG party. You know what I'm saying? That's the party that Dr. Marcus Garvey was focusing on. He started
that's
his
right.
own party until it
UNIA,
got
we here.
infiltrated, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? He had his own party. And so that's what we need to get back on, the RBG Black Party. Whether it's the RBG Black Party or Black Panther Party, we need all types of Black parties involved in politics, running for politics, so we could take over the government. That's the only way we destroy the government, destroy the system. We got to destroy white supremacy. We got to destroy Zionist supremacy. That's the only way us as a Black race, we going to take over. We have to do exactly what they did to us. And I'm just being straight up and blunt on your show, my brother. We got to shed blood. You know what I'm saying? We got to shed blood. That's the only way we could do it. And I thank you for having me on board. I'm gonna let you go ahead and do your thing. I'm be here regularly. And you already know me. I watch you. You watch me.
That's
We
right.
continue to do what we do, my brother. And I'm
And I
here for you
told you
100%.
we're gonna make that unity thing happen between the UNIA and the Black Panthers, man. Get our African Legion,
Absolutely.
y'all soldiers together and build one force. I
Absolutely.
appreciate you for reaching out and blessing us. Real quick before you
Absolutely.
go though, because I know I'm always messing with you. Come in, but what pushed you to call in for this show? Because I think you
Man,
was really going in about, I guess,
you
was
taught
it
me a
the
lot about UNIA. About at least like 3-4 years ago. Like when I say I look, learn, and listen, I look, learn, and listen. You know what I'm saying? You push the UNIA 100%.
I
You know what I
appreciate you.
mean? And then you did make one comment. You said the UNIA in Philly, we shutting it down. During that same time frame, I was riding by. I think it was off North Girard, of out North Philly. I seen the UNIA building, and I said, well, look, we got to bring it back.
That's right.
We
We
got to
on
bring
it.
all the strong organizations back.
We on
And
it.
so, like, we got to, the youth, you know what I mean? Like, I understand, like, I'm 43 years old. I just turned 43, God bless. I understand I might be in the middle age bracket. So I'll continue to reach the youth and we'll bridge the gap because we got no choice. You know what I'm saying? We'll bridge the gap. We'll bring all the strong organizations that was thriving in the 70s, the 60s, the 50s that unite the Black people by any means. And that's why I'm here, 100%.
And I'm glad for that. I appreciate you, my brother. And for those that don't know, we are really about to get that building fixed up, and our Philly division is
Absolutely.
about to come strong. So I appreciate you, and we definitely going to link up. Race first, good brother.
Race first. Salute, bro.
Salute. I appreciate you. So for those that think that the UNIA doesn't link up with people, that's a brother from the Black Panther Party. You know, and I tell everybody, you can be part of a whole bunch of different organizations, but we are a government for our people. So if you're Black, if you have that melanin in you of the African descent, you're already a member. You can be part of, you can be a Moor, you could be in the Nation of Islam, you could be a Black Panther. You're already part of our UNIA, and we don't have a problem with working with anybody as long as you're about race first. I'm going to go over a couple of comments, and then I'm going to bring our good president, Brother John from Atlanta. Uh-oh, it must be on today. Brother John's going to come in. So let me just get caught up on the comments real quick. I think I said peace and blessings to Dr. Daw. think I said race first, our Sergeant at Arms, Tony Culture. Do for self. Black power, save our youth. Yes. I think Brother Tony was saying the UNIA should lead our people. Sister Cindy Camp, power is built. Yes, we got to build it. Sister Selena, good evening, everyone. Good evening to you. Thank you guys for tuning in. I know it's tough on Fridays. And that's President John there. I'm about to bring him up. Race first, back to you, Brother John. And of course, I mentioned about Sister Lady J, Charlene Lady J Media TV on YouTube. Definitely check her channel out. It is phenomenal. She's one of the reasons why I decided to bring my podcast back, because y'all know I've been procrastinating to bring it back for like 3 years. Uh-oh. Kevin Nelson, my UNIA brother. Kev, I know you're always busy and on the road, but remember, August 19th to the 23rd, the UNIA convention. We're going to have something every night. I got the flyers already made. Check it out. So you got to be in town for one of them nights, good brother. Thank you for tuning in. Uh-oh, we got our soldier, David Murphy, in the house. Greetings, Brother David. You know, you're always welcome to join in. Just hit the chat. I'll get you in. Brother David has a powerful, powerful newspaper. And you guys got to get on point with it. Tony Carlton, trust nobody to lead us. I think that's what he's saying. Almost there, Brother John. The Constitution never included black people. I say that all the time, Sister Cindy Cat. We need to reframe democracy that builds black power. I agree with you 100%. Alrighty. That's I don't know. That's just Twitch. I don't even know how I'll be streaming to Twitch. Are you prepared for the casualties? Talking to you, Brother Keith Scott. You know, when we go to war, there's going to be casualties. When you're a revolutionary, there's a price to pay. We talk about it all the time in the UNIA, what they did to Marcus Garvey. I think last week, if you were listening to Brother James, and he said, you know, Marcus Garvey was beating J. Edgar Hoover. He said, "Oh, you going to let that tiger go? This system is meant to beat us and destroy us, and they keep their foot on our neck. So we got to be prepared to fight, and we got to be prepared for losses." I agree with you 100%. Sister Selena, we can't even unity. I think she meant unify. Say what? Funny, not funny. I see you in the building, 42. You right after Brother John. Stay tight for me. Peace and blessings, Sister Cirquette. Sorry I'm late. You're never late. I'm just glad you're tuning in, my sister. And you know, just let me know if you want to join the show. Put it on the chat. I'll get you in here. Sister Selena, we support everybody. When is enough enough? I agree. We always supporting everybody else's cause, but we are scared as black people to say race first. It's like the worst cuss word ever. Oh, race first. Yes, we got to put ourselves first. We got to put our community first. We got to build ourselves up. We can't be worried about everybody else. We got to do for self. Thank you for that, Sister Selena. Sister J, shared and subscribed. I appreciate you. I'm still thinking about putting that brother out. I'm thinking about it. Brother was sitting with a white woman saying called me the N-word. But I might just let it go. I'm working on my temper. Thank you for that. Frank, race first, peace and blessings. I'm not sure if that's Frank Shaw or Money Frank. My man Money Frank, but thank you for tuning in. I think that's Frank Shaw, it looks like on this thing. The UNIA Constitution is for black people. I agree, Brother Frank. We have to get out there more, and we have to educate people. For those that don't know, our ancestors, not just Marcus Garvey, when we created that red, black, and green flag, it comes with a constitution, comes with an anthem, it comes with a pledge, you know, it comes with declarations and things of that nature. And we keep throwing that away. And when you throw that away, you throw your ancestors away. But a true Garveyite, he protects the history of the UNIA, and that's our job. Thank you for that, Brother Frank. Bingo, that red, black, and green all the time, Brother Frank. Come on in if you want to. Let me know. And 42, I see you. You right after Brother John. Cool, I got time, at least for an hour. I try to get you in. All right, let me bring in my next guest. Race first, good brother. Brother John Hargold, president of the Atlanta division. He is also one of our commissioners of a district. So we got high royalty up in here. We got the South representing up Baltimore. We got the South. I need my lights up. We got the South in the building. But what's up, Brother John? You know, we've been going back on a lot of these topics. The first one, when I started the podcast back, was the first one was about our youth, you know, and that was real good conversation. The PG called up on that one. And then we went into, are we ready to govern ourselves? And then we went into, I don't know if I sent it to you, the 4 pillars. I said we're uneducated. Uneducated people do uneducated things. And last week it was another topic, but it spurred something up because we kept talking about our leaders being destroyed. And I started asking the question, well, who does the Black community look for as leaders? I know the youth look for the rappers or the ball players as leaders. They don't necessarily look for the politicians. A lot of people look for the politicians as leaders. And what really was crazy, a lot of people are really trashing my so-called pastors. I mean, they just getting on them. Last week, it was pretty much Brother Keith Scott said they sellouts. You know, so, you know, talk to me about where you think we should go in leadership. Who should we be looking at as the leaders, and who needs to step up? Who needs to fall back?
Great question, Brother Everett. And the topic caught my attention. I've been following, you know, your posts and tuning in the recordings. I haven't been able to catch the live, but I think this is a natural progression of the discussion. You know, as you said, when you're talking about these types of topics, the youth and the pillars of organization and government, the natural progression is to the point of leadership. And you know, as to what caught my attention the most, it was when I was thinking about the answer. There's a few that I'll speak to, but it felt as if we have more so a position of misleadership than leadership. So you can point to, you know, plenty of the, as the brothers were kind of alluding to, what the thought that came to my mind is, it sounds like black faces in high places again.
Say that again, Brother John. Say that again, brother.
It sounds like black faces in high places again.
Woo! Goodness. Black faces in high places. That's hard.
We got to understand and recognize this system for what it is, you know, and the reformist ideals are admirable. But I feel like at this point in 2026, we've gone down that road enough, you know, if not through, you know, Barack Obama is a great example, but many of our political leaders that have had great aspirations, it's like once they get in that environment, they become a different person. Their priorities change. They no longer desire to represent the people. So that's my criticism for politics. You've got special cases here and there. For us, from a political standpoint in Atlanta, it's not many that I can speak to, but I do got to give credit to, we've got a pretty good councilman down here. Shout out to Brother Antonio Lewis. He's been a councilman for a few years, in his late 30s at this point, but he's one of the best examples of that we speak of trying to get people of the community into these seats that make decisions. And he's been doing a great job from that perspective. But again, I'm still concerned about his long-term, you know, progression. Will he become corrupted like the others? But at the end of the day, one thing that I was hearing in the discussion is one thing that came to my mind. It's easy for us to tear down our quote unquote leaders, but I think it becomes much more difficult to lift some up. So when you were asking the question as to who are the leaders, you know, who can we look to in the 40 plus million Black people that are in this country? You know, do we have one, two, three, that we can look to and say, hey, I support what they're doing. I respect their resume, and I can support their trajectory and where they're trying to take our people. And that again, that becomes a difficult question to answer. When we've had this discussion locally here in the South in regards to leadership, it always comes back to history. One thing that you and I know when we're talking about leadership, one of the most important characteristics of leadership is the ability to kind of teach. That's what leadership is. Like when you ask someone that is a quote unquote leader, the first thing you got to ask them is, where are we going? Where are you taking us? Are we going to a specific geographical place? Are we going for a specific political status, economic status? What is the goal? And that has to be clearly articulated. But there is a level of persuasion involved in that as well, because you have to convince, in some aspects, your followers that this is the right direction. They may not understand it, but hey, if we really put our numbers behind this political process, we can change, our community. But that, again, that's one of those. That's why I'm just saying, in order to lead, you have to teach or guide, and be patient with your followers. As Garvey teaches us, in order to be a quote unquote leader, first thing you got to look for is followers. If we don't have people following us, what are we really leading?
Right.
So I'll stop there. I feel like I've said a lot. I'll hand it back to you for your response or question.
Well, I didn't hear you talk about the pastors, brother. You
The
ducking out the
pastors,
pastors,
man.
brother. Don't get in trouble if wifey go to church. Don't get in trouble.
No.
My boy, brother John Moran, I told him to call. He's a pastor and he's a good brother. I just a lot of good pastors. Bishop Winslow, shout out to Bishop. We got a lot of pastors that are good brothers. And I was talking to John Moran about this, Reverend John Moran, about this ahead of time, and he agreed with me. He said there are a lot of pastors and that are really hurting the community right now. He shook me when he said that. I was like, wow. And Brother Keith Scott, everybody went in on him last night. But what is you can't, as you know, being in the UNIA, the church was that's where we had a lot of our divisions.
Yeah, great question. I mean, you asked a pretty broad question. I spoke more specifically to the political aspect, but religiously, you're right. But you also have to acknowledge the UNIA had a interesting relationship with the church.
Yeah.
In the beginning, yes, that was one of our largest supporters. But however, when you look at the research towards the end, even on the floor of convention, you had delegates putting forth issues that they were having working with the churches, and the churches actually working against them. So that speaks to your point that we do have a lot of misleadership in religion as well. But my answer would be similar to the political. We can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Although many of us, maybe even a majority of our quote unquote pastors or religious leaders are misleaders, there's still a couple out there, to the ones that you mentioned. I got to shout out Reverend Slaughter. He's got a small church on the south side of Atlanta.
You ain't missing Jamal Bryant, brother. He from Baltimore. We down in Atlanta. We'll pass. We keep it going. I ain't gonna get you in the doghouse. Don't say nothing, brother. I mean, he got a lot of followers.
Yeah, I respect Jamal Bryant. Let me put it like that. First of all, I'm in Atlanta. Like I can't speak against the brother. He is doing a lot of good work. He is a very powerful, influential individual, and we're trying to actually do some work with him. But there's always criticism, and that's an unfair position that kind of anyone has the power to do is criticize. But I think that's part of our responsibility. Lovingly give criticism. Nothing's perfect. So, for example, the previous boycott with Target, that's a beautiful thing in essence. But did we think through it, all the way?
That's right.
What was the end goal? Where are we going? What are we trying to achieve? Do we want to close this place down? Do we want to, affect their stock price by a certain amount? What are we actually looking for? And on the other side of something small like that was the black-owned companies that depend upon retailers like Target. So not everything in these places are not to be supported by us. Some of our people have to depend upon these Walmarts, Targets, bigger box retail stores, Amazons, and things like that. So that's something that we have to consider. We can't just, again, just say, hey, we're not going to support the entire thing. We have to be more focused and intentional about where we expend our energy. So that's my small criticism on Pastor Bryant. But again, the goal with religion, where are we going? And it hasn't necessarily since the 60s, since Martin, there hasn't necessarily been a strong political association with our churches. They seem to be hands off. They seem to, not necessarily have a position or be neutral in a lot of situations. And I don't think that on a grander sense, I don't think that helps us.
I say. Oh, hold up, Brother John, before I let you go. Let me read this comment real quick. Blind Money 9968. Eugene Bukai, I hope I said his name right, is here. Say what you want. Say what you have to say to me. Brother, I put the link in the chat. I don't know if you know Brother John. This is a brother I jumped on Lady J's show, and I didn't know, I just jumped on late. Brother was talking politics, so I just asked, like, is he a Democrat or Republican? And if so, do they got a black agenda? Brother
Right.
said, you must be an idiot. I said, what? Maybe. Then he started calling me the N-word, right, sitting with his white wife, brother. So I'm sitting up here like, yo, I'm not the N-word with the A or the N-word with the ER.
Mm-hmm.
Check yourself, especially with with your showpiece. That's all I was saying. Be on chord, brother. But he's welcome to join the show. I beat him up with the knowledge. You know what I mean?
Two questions on that. He is a brother.
Yes.
It's a brother. Okay. And he didn't answer the question, I guess, as to
No, he couldn't even answer the question. He just was rambling on, talking about assets. He probably don't know what he talked about. I didn't even get a chance to find out if he's running, but I figured he probably lose. You know what I'm saying? But then you have to look at it like this, Brother John, and I sat back and looked at it. He got defensive, and I said, wow, why is this brother getting defensive? It's not that he's a Republican. It's that he's Republican with a white woman. So he's getting double beat up all the time. I wasn't even beating him up over that. I just asked him a simple question, but I think that's why he got defensive. I mean, I could have called him Sambo. I could have went in on him, Brother John. But I digress. I just didn't want to disrespect Lady J's show, and I could have went after him. But sometimes people go off, but they won't say it in your face. They won't say it.
I understand, but at the end of the day, to all of this that we're talking about, we have to have some common principles that we believe in.
There you go.
And if we're going against that, we got to take what comes with that. You know what I mean? Let's not be defensive about our personal opinions. It's right. Counter to the culture. Just own up to that, and we can move forward.
Yeah,
but just to close out for me. In Atlanta, bro, in the South, a lot of people need to come visit, spend some time here, especially our people. But you'll see that unless there's a true difference in the individual and their goals and aspirations, you end up getting people that look just like you, acting just like them, right. Acting like the others. So it's like, God dang, we got a whole, black, dang near whole black city council, black mayor, black, city council president, but it's still the same BS, as if we were dealing with, other races and cultures. So that's the funny thing about it for us. But it is some. I mean, we still appreciate it. We'd rather have that than not. But I'm just, in my personal opinion, and what we've seen here in Atlanta, um, it's more than just politics. It's more than just religion as well. So we got to step up, and I think that's the answer to the question that I got from your topic about leadership. Each of us have to step up,
That's right.
where we are, and do the best that we can to set that example. Let's give an example of what we think leadership is, and good leadership for our community. So that's my response.
I appreciate you, Brother John. Before you close, and I might have
Yes, sir.
dropped the ball, I got to get on the website tonight. I'm going to do it right after the podcast. I know you
You
got
sure?
some events coming up.
Uh,
I got caught up.
No, you good, man. No, we got a youth program. That's tomorrow, actually. I'm glad you reminded me, because we got a youth program tomorrow at a local library, Cascade Library here in Atlanta. For those that are in the Atlanta community, I think we'll be there from 2 to 5 p.m. Brother James, our youth coordinator, author of Teach Me About Garvey, as well as Teach Me About Malcolm. He's going to be giving a presentation. I'll be there as a representative. Hopefully, we can do some charitable acts as well, but also engage with the parents. So that's tomorrow. And the other one was Garvey Day. Garvey Day, August 15th. We'll have Garvey Day here in Atlanta at a park in the West End community, Howell Park. So that'll be August 15th. Got a couple months for that one.
All right, I appreciate you, Brother John, and God willing, I hopefully see you at convention in Baltimore. I love Atlanta. We got to get back down there, too. That was one of my favorite HECs. Atlanta was cool. We got to see the president. PG was on fire. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And like you said, I look at the UNIA as unity, because we may not always agree with our leader, but once them elections come in, we on one aim, one destiny. And
Exactly.
that's unity. Like, we fall in line, and that's real important. But shout out to Division 421 Atlanta, President and Commissioner, Brother John Hargrove. I appreciate you, good brother.
Race first. Thank you, brother, President Everett.
Race first. All right, 42 Cap. I see you in the building. Let me get caught up on these chats real quick. And then I'm bringing you right in. And I also see you, Sister Cirquette. Shaka said, Kofa, race first. Peace, good brother. Peace, brother Shaka. Lady J, I'm disappointed in the lack of participation from our pastors. I agree. Say what you want about the pastors, but yeah, it's not. Something's going on with the church. Like, I'm not seeing it rep like they used to. Greetings, family, peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, brother Archie Harley Jr., my man. And he was agreeing with somebody here. He said, facts. Lady J says, some of them are doing everything but preaching and teaching the word. I know that's right. The pastors are led astray. It's kind of like a business now. Peace and blessings, Baba Khalil. Race first. And Baba Khalil, I gave you information to our Secretary General. And so someone will be reaching out to you for the Council of Elders of the UNIA. I always get checked by the elders, so they don't play in the UNIA. Shout out to my brother from Atlanta, Kenwado. Race first, good brother. Red, black, and green all day long. Oh, Lord. Keith Scott said he got a black agenda. I know that's right, brother brother Keith. I know that's right. I wish I would have heard that. That's very disrespectful. Why can't we check people? Thank you. I would never disrespect. First of all, I don't want to disrespect anybody. Let's put that out there. As a president of the UNIA, I have to act with a lot of diplomacy. But remember, I'm also commander of the Legion. And so we got to let people know we don't play that. So I called in, because and a good brother is welcome to come in. I doubt he will, but I have a heated discussion with him. It's all love. I spoke to him. He gave me that BS apology, but he apologized. So I gave him a lot of respect on that. But, you know, you have to understand where we from as a people. He got a lot of pain and a lot of hurt in him, and he might be a little embarrassed by the way he moves. I don't know for sure, but, you know, yeah, I had to call in on that one, but I was respectful. Kenwado giving a shout out to Brother Shaka. Sister Cindy. No, Z Cohen is city council president. He is not black. Yeah, I don't know who said Z Cohen was black, but he's definitely not black. And I believe he's in the plan. He's in play to try to be mayor. So that's going to be interesting. Almost there, 42. Tony Carter. Personally, I have no faith in the current system. Neither do I. This system wasn't built for us. A lot of people, they don't understand that. You know, they like, oh, I'm America, this and this. I mean, yeah, you want to fight for where you defend the land you're on, but this system was not meant for us. In the original Constitution, I don't know if it was original where they put it in, but said black people weren't even all the way human. This system was never meant for us. It was meant for us to be on the bottom. And now it's a global oppression system. And until we come together globally, you know, it's not going to happen. We're going to be on the bottom. So we got to do better. Kenwado saying race first. 42 Doug, I'm almost there. Just want to get caught up. Race first, Kenwado. Peace and power. Race first. Race first, Sister Sheila. Race first. Tony Culture, I still don't shop at Target. I don't even think I've been to Target a couple of times. I mean, not that Walmart is much better. It's not a lot of Targets around me. Somebody put that in the chat. Are Targets close to the hood? Because I don't see a lot of Targets. Sister Cindy Camp is agreeing. DJ Frankie B. Frank, you changed your name like 3 times. I know this is you now. Stay focused. Can't change people's minds by arguing with them. We got to show them. You are right, Brother Frank. You are definitely right. He's an a-hole, though. A-hole. Much love. Yes. She's giving you a shout out. Sister Cirquette is giving you a shout out to Kenwado and Brother Shaka. Brother Khalil, Hotel. Dr. Dahl, you just got A. You about to comment on something, brother? You bringing some trouble to my show, Dr. Dahl? Dr. Dahl, you stay on that, hit that next. And I think I'm going to stop at the next 2. I get to all y'all. What's going on? Had to step out. Appreciate you, good doc. And Sister Cirquette, no, Target isn't by me either. I'm in the country. I'm not sure what that. Oh, no Target. Oh, no Target isn't by me either. And you're in the county. I'm sorry. I don't got my glasses on. I apologize. All right. Hold on real quick. 42. Got to pay my bills real quick. Just one quick commercial. I'm bringing you in. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit that like button. I'll be right back with you. Hit that like button.
I used to think revolution meant fire and fists, but silence is louder. I need to speak at tonight's UNIA ACL Zoom meeting, because if I don't, my nephew's gonna grow up thinking power lives outside our people. I wasn't raised on Garvey. I was raised on survival. Someone on that Zoom said, Black unity isn't an idea, it's an action. That line hit me harder than anything in school, church, or the block. But right before I log on, I freeze up. What if I say the wrong thing? What if I ain't conscious enough? Then I hear my nephew in the next room say, Uncle Malik, when I grow up, I want to be just like you. That was it. I hit join, and I told the truth. Not the polished version, the version our people need to hear. Turns out, that voice in your head, it's not fear, it's your ancestors. The meeting didn't just change me, it reminded me who I've always been, Join us, Baltimore UNIA Mass Meeting. Join the Baltimore UNIA. Don't let your legacy pass you by. Your ancestors are waiting.
All right, 42. Hold on one more second. Let me read one more comment. The Hannah 22. Racism is a sickness. I feel sorry for people like you who suffer from such small-minded and petty race idolatry. You are creating your own self-defeating oppression in your mind. It's sad to witness. I just got a question. Where'd you get that from? All I'm saying is Black people need to unite, come together, love each other, support each other's businesses. We shouldn't be going and having other cultures in our community having businesses and when we're supporting them and not our own. I didn't build this. I didn't create this way of thinking. This was created and brought to us in this system. So if I say race first, meaning we have to start putting ourselves first. Black people have to start loving each other. Black people have to start supporting each other. Black people have to start building towns like Black Wall Street again. Black people need to start coming together and getting their political and economic power together. If you feel that is small-minded, then all I can tell you is that you have no idea whatsoever what it's like to be oppressed, what it's like to be Black. And I hope you're not the sister with that brother. I'm not going to put you there, but I hope you're not the white lady that was sitting with that brother, allowing him to call me the N-word. But I don't think that's you because I can't remember her name. But yes, that I would say to you, you're small-minded because you don't want Black people to get the come up. And I'll never, ever, 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 never not do anything but bring my people together so we can get out of this oppressed state. And if that's a problem for you, and if you think that's small-minded, as my granddaughter said to me, kick rocks. And I'm bringing in my next guest, 42. You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Oh, Lord. Is this Captain Ados?
Yeah.
Oh, come. But first of all, brother, before I get into you, and I want to tell everybody, this is brother who's rocking Ados, Yvette Cornell. But I had some heavy and good discussions with this good brother. He actually broke down one of my shows when I was talking about education. He's funny with it as well. Now, you did go at my good brother, Dr. Dog, called him, really went in on him. But before you go in, you are a brother. Talk about the topic at hand. And we're talking about leadership and lack of leadership in the Black community. Where do you think we need to get our leadership from? A lot of people said it's not the church the way it once was. We shouldn't be following these churches politically. A lot of the young kids are looking at the streets as their leadership. Talk about that a little bit before you go in on this ADO stuff.
I would say you don't really need to reinvent the wheel when it comes to leadership. The church, well, actually, in a sense, you do. But ideally, it should be the church, but not in its current state. And likewise, I don't think heavily centralized leadership is as important. I think just bits and pieces, even content, as long as the content is focused more on battling the idiocracy. Because as it stands, the people, it's too easy to run game on them, and they'll it's too easy to like with white people, they're easily race hustled. That last person, Hanlon, that person could be anything. They could be immigrant, they could be ADOS, they could be white, they could be anything. So that line of thinking is very common. Matter of fact, like, who's that dude? There's a school that teaches Sambos. So that's what I mean. That person could be anything. I'm thinking of what school is that? It's that
That teaches.
I think
Are you saying they teach Sambos, or
it's
are they teaching people to be Sambos?
they're teaching people to be Sambos, but I'm trying to think. Oh, Dennis Prager, PragerU. You look up the stuff that and that's common. That's the problem because your first guest mentioned the entertainers. It's it's pretty much anybody on TV is either just I would say if they aren't like an obvious Sambo, they're so Democrat that they're basically just on their agenda. So I would say like more important than even having any type of more centralized leadership, because I don't think it'll ever be as centralized as MLK. In a sense, that's all right. It just has to come close enough to influence enough people. But to even get to that point, ooh, you're to where you're even close to that. The main thing is you have to have a political agenda, and otherwise, I think it's kind of pointless if it's not partially or at least a good portion political, because anything else is going to get blocked by politics.
Mm.
Or is going to be hampered by politics if you don't have a political wing. A political wingman guarding your ship, you're going to get shot at from different angles, and that's one of the problems that ADOS had early on. Is I was fortunate enough to go through all of my issues with Yvette Carnell before she.
Hold on, brother. And that's your leader, brother. You Ados, Captain Ados. That's your name, Captain Ados. Don't you better watch out. Her minions will come for you. You can't say you against
this is the thing. This was before. This was like 2016, and what really changed my mind about her was her debate with Boyce Watkins, and I'm like, yeah, I need to listen to her more often because she just cooked them. So over time, I was way past the good outweighing the bad. And I don't remember exactly when I ever approached her about some of the things I had issues with, but it was basically, she was okay, you just another one of, the people throwing it at me. And I'm like, whatever, wash my hands with it, and time goes. But by the time ADOS was getting attacked from so many angles,
well, hold your thought there.
I had seen it mature.
I hold your thought right there. The name alone, African descendants of slavery. Why not African Americans? Why cut off our history from Africa?
American descendants of slavery.
American. Oh, sorry, I apologize. What did I say? African. I apologize. Yes. Yeah. Why cut us off from our African culture? You commented on my 4 pillars, and you said you agree with the African history, and we need to know that. Well, why cut us off?
But I think that's true with everybody. Like even the guy who wrote the book, I think it was White Man's Inheritance or some, or even he said we need to learn from ancient Egypt and China, or else we're in trouble, because he could see that they were out of balance. So I would say that about everybody, but I'd also say that when you've been an American since before the car existed, and like before back when everybody was on horseback, there were no planes, no internet, no computers, none of that stuff. You've been in America that long, you don't need to qualify it with anything.
Mm.
Now the fine print does recognize, okay, we're talking about Black people, and that's why you have Solon. And
go ahead, I lost you. You there?
I mean, free. Oh yeah, can you hear me?
Testing.
Hello.
42, you there?
Yeah, let me
Maybe that's me. Hold tight. Maybe that's me.
It could.
All right, I got you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
All right, put it in
Yeah,
the
can
chat
you hear
if
me?
you guys can hear me and if you can hear my guests. I just want to make sure I'm good because I can't hear them. I want to make sure it's not me. Put it in the chat.
Testing,
Y'all hear me?
testing, testing, testing.
I hear
I'm
you.
on
I
mute.
hear you. I hear you.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, I hear you.
So
I'm
I'm
going to take
back
my
up?
headphones off. Let me know if I sound
All right.
distorted. I'm going to take my headphones off.
Yeah, you're fine.
All right, you can hear me?
You're coming in.
All right,
Yeah.
cool. All right. Yeah, so I get you on that part, but I kind of want to understand how, all right, let's go. Let's talk about the elephant in the room because I want you here because I had a good conversation with Yvette Cornell was commenting on ADOS and FBA. For those that don't know how a lot of this came up, and I just trashed FBA. I called Tariq Nasheed, you know, I just got in on him. He had a lot of images of Africans and demoralizing ways and stuff. And when I go in, and a lot of people were go back at me, these FBA people. And I went and I hit Yvette Cornell like something FBA and ADOS, they're all this or that. But I give it to her. She responded respectfully. She said, brother, she didn't say brother, but she was like, we're not them. And then she sent me a picture of Tariq Nasheed speaking at a Marcus Garvey event. Here's a brother that just trashed Marcus Garvey, talking all this and that, pumping up these FBA minions. So I called him, as our PG would say, he was a Hotep hustler. Now he's an identity hustler. So but I said, what's the difference? Because it seems like every time I turn around, these FBAs are just talking bad about Jamaicans. They're talking bad about Haitians. They're talking bad about, you could be African. You could be an African in Brazil. They talking about anybody that's not African American. But at the same time, ADOS was kind of doing it a different kind of way. So are you saying that you guys are you're not separating us? What's the difference between you and FBA?
The only difference is there's an ADOS foundation and there's no FBA foundation because he doesn't believe in an organization. So, but they're the same lineage. It's the same 40 something million people. And what you're talking about is not FBA. You're not talking about ADOS. You're talking about early adopters of the term, maybe some Tariq Nasheed fans mixed in with that, and like internet junkies, some internet trolls. Because when you look at people who descend from slavery, when you look at that lineage in total, we are probably the smartest voters in the country. As much issues I have with the Democratic Party, it's if you would just compare the way we go about things politically to everybody else, you could even credit black men because we're not as beholden as women are to the Democratic Party. We're a little bit more, we're a little tougher on them. I don't think we're tough enough, but that's where we're at. And when you look at it, FBA votes Democrat heavier than black immigrants. So you're really talking about like content creators who make content about immigrant Sambos. That's a lot of what it is. And in a sense, I get why they're doing it. They have a case. They're promoted. I don't think there's enough of a pushback against it. There is some. There's some, but there's enough of a pushback to where I don't lump like all Yoruba people together. And that's why I shared that video where Tariq Nasheed is cool in the game with the Yoruba dude and his wife. He's calling him brother. Everything's cool because he's matching the same energy that he is with that one internet trollish Liberian dude. I don't even know if that guy was for real, but he was talking about he has a case for reparations because in America, because he's related or he's a descendant from people who left the U.S. to go to Liberia. And I, even let's say he's 100%, he's a 100% real person. I think what he should do out of respect for us, because it's such a hurdle with what we're going through, is kind of ride the wave of, okay, now we're actually doing justice. If we actually get to that point, ride that wave, but with a separate case. Because I don't believe in mixing edge cases that require that much deliberation and understanding with our case. But I think the guy was a troll anyway, and Tariq Nasheed was just responding to him almost performative. And that's a lot of times what it is. And that's one of the things that people have called him out for is like, but a lot of people get called out for slop too. Like FD Signifier gets called out by that Argentinian dude Bad Empanada. Like it's part of that was one of my issues with your video. And I think you're a good host. Like I wouldn't say it rose to slop tube or with dolls, but I think it's just content creation based on a handful of early adopters to the lineage, a handful of people who might have an imbalanced concern about foreign immigrants who come over here, Sambo and like Myron and some of the others. It's a bunch. When you could be addressing 45 million people who descend from slavery and are faced against people who are calling us Russian robots and calling us xenophobic. And when they're doing that, they're trying to reduce us to a handful of people. And instead of engaging with, okay, yeah, there's probably 30 million people that don't know about
what's
the
going
term,
on
but
with you
they
and my
still
man Dr.
exist as
Dog?
they are.
Because you went in on him. You went in on him. And
That's
you was really getting in on him. And I was
that's
kind
the
of like
extent of
shocked,
it.
like, whoa, what's going on with you and my man Dr. Dog? Like, really break it down, because you just pretty much called him an idiot.
It's not personal. I don't know if I called him an idiot. I just because I don't think he's an idiot. I think he's just driving content, driving a larger discussion. Because, like I said, if you address, like Tariq Nasheed said that most FBAs are at least sentimental Pan-Africans, or a lot of FBAs are Pan-Africans. Like most FBAs vote Democrat. He does not identify FBA as just like the people who agree with him on stuff. He's saying, hey, this, whether you know about it or not, whether you like it or not, and I take it the same way. I don't go by FBA. The only time I might go by FBA is if I'm going to a play in New York and it's called Foundational Black Americans. I think that would be a setting where foundational Black Americans would make more sense, because you're going back to the time of the foundational Black America, or early American history or whatever. But I don't go by it. I prefer ADOS because it's more of a look what you're dealing with. You have all of these ghettos all around the country, and they're filled with people who descend from slavery. This isn't a coincidence. It puts a mirror to the face. And I would rather have that on the census. And a lot of times when I just want to be confrontational, people ask me what I am. That's what I say. I descend from slavery in this country. What are you going to do about it? Explanative. So it's but yeah, it's not personal. I just think he's shoehorning ideology for something that, for all of my issues with Tariq, he always said that that's what it was. Like he always said that it's not a group. I'm not a leader, and when you reduce him to that, he's just somebody that coined a term, and he's a comedian. So like he said, the guy who I thought was an internet troll asked him, well, what would happen if you had a child with Liberian, and Tariq said, "Well, that child would be musty." He's a comedian, and it's not going to
This
be
is
funny for
crazy.
everybody. like, like, like it's not going. It's I admit I'm a big kid. I watch like Sacha Baron Cohen makes me laugh. Oh man, and his stuff right now that Who is America, where he had that Israeli dude who had them white Zionists doing
let,
anything.
let me
Like
ask you this. Let me ask you
yeah.
this. Because this is really important. You say Captain Ado, so I think that you're going to represent for the ADOS, I don't want to say organization or what have you. So you say you're not against Africans and Jamaicans and none of that. Do you believe in global unity, brother? You saying you do believe in global unity for Black people, correct?
Well, let me say like how I'm a part of ADOS. I'm not. I don't have a position in ADOS Foundation. I'm just a member. I pay my tithes,
Right.
and
Hold on, you pay
and
dues to ADOS?
yeah, it's not much. I think it's. I don't even remember what it is, but
Hold on,
it's
hold on, hold on. What are you paying dues for, brother?
well. They just released a book that describes their bill that they raise money for, and pushing a bill is it costs tens of thousands of dollars at the very least. So they're pushing a reparations bill, and I would rather them push it than somebody else because at least I know where they came from. I don't have to like I said, I saw ADOS form, and it formed. And
You
matter of
should.
fact, there's a
It
video on
sounds
my
a little
channel.
cultish if you're paying. I thought the fight was for reparations. I'm lost. So what are you
Well,
paying
it's
dues
a
for? Where's the
choice.
money
It's
go,
a
brother?
choice. It's a
Where's the
choice.
money go?
It's a choice. And let me go back to what I was saying, and I'll get to that. I in 2018 on my channel, I said that Yvette Carnell should lead a reparations movement. This is before there was an ADOS. And I ranked a whole bunch of people who I thought were independent content creators that were at least thoughtful. And I had her and Antonio Moore tops in reparations. I was ranking them on Black family, reparations, media, and the temple system. And that's how I think the religion would have to change before you start to see more valuable leaders. Period. Um, just falling out of the what we call churches. So, but to the money, that's all. Like I said, that's all a choice because I'm a busy person. I'm doing other things. My
I got
expertise.
you, but not commenting on Yvette or not
Right.
doubt. I'm just wondering, what are you paying money for?
Well, it's like I said, they needed to raise money for a bill. They need to push the book, and more important, the main thing ADOS needs is more people. They have, there's probably more, but I can only name one politician that came from the org and is representing the org. That's Ja'Cory. I think they had another person in California, and actually, if you go back to how the reparations bill in California that was eventually blocked by Gavin Newsom, if you go back to how that formed, that started with Antonio Moore. So
But
it's
I've heard
really just
Antonio
it's
Moore
research.
say, man, I ain't thinking about no Africans and all this and that. That's when Umar went cut him up. Ooh, you got to not be on point if you let Umar cut you up, brother. So my question is, because I want to make sure you're not on roller skates. I want to make
Yeah.
sure you're not tap dancing like that sucker who's scared to come up in here that was disrespecting me in front of his white lady, brother. I want to make sure you're not tap dancing like Sammy Davis Jr. Are you saying ADOS is still for global unity of Black people? Yes or no?
Go to their website, and they have a Black agenda. Now when it comes to global unity, that's not real. I'll give you Yvette Carnell's quote because I agree with it completely. She said, "I'm a sentimental Pan-African, but I realize that it doesn't have any political efficacy in the US." And right now, I would say it doesn't. That could change if you get the right people in place. If you get moral people in place, that could change. But for now, it doesn't. So I'm in sentimental. Hey, the more the merrier. I was against Hillary Clinton taking out Gaddafi. So of course, yeah. In general,
It
I
just
think
seems to me
Africa needs more unity.
it seems to me, brother, that you need to come on to the Pan African side and let's get our people together globally. I think that you want reparations and you believe in that movement, what have you, but I think you need to be in a movement for global unity and global reparations and uplifting our people from this oppressed system. You have a lot of powerful
I'm
points and everything, but it just seems like
Ew.
you won't let go of that ADOS, brother.
Nah, I'm one of my issues in that video where I said that she should lead a reparations movement. I talked about non-reciprocal intersectionality. And this was before I started to see some of the issues with flat blackness and how you'll have even people who might be um, like Coleman Cruz Hughes might be ADOS through one parent, but he's speaking against reparations, and I know he's an immigrant through at least one parent. So to me, unity is what can you unite around first and foremost. Like like there's nothing stopping anybody from picking up the book saying, oh, I want this to happen and I'm going to help push it. So of course I'm going to reach out to people. Hey, like this is where the agenda is, and I educate people, period, because a lot of people just don't realize how affordable it is. I spend a lot of time on X just saying, hey, how much is what's the US budget this year? If we maintain this budget for 50 years, that's $200 trillion. We're talking about 20 trillion. Like, this is less of a percentage of money to repair us than we are as a people. Like, if you just went dollar for dollar, you're 14% of the population, you get 14% of the budget, that would be more than what it would actually take to repair us correctly. Not like some BS reparations, but done right. To break the caste system, to change the ghetto into, like I mentioned in that video, I probably said it would, the hood would turn into more of a manufacturing hub. It would turn into industry, to uplift America as a whole like that, and I think it would be great for America as a whole. I mean, and this is something I would say for your audience, not just to ask different AIs, but to ask other people to ask different AIs is, ask them how 40 acres and a mule could have lessened the impact of the depression. And you'd be surprised.
I don't think anybody, I say two things about reparations. In one hand, Dr. Claude Anderson is right. Slave owners got reparations. A lot of people got reparations. And reparations could uplift our community if given to us in the right way. But one, I don't think they're ever going to give us reparations enough to uplift us. I would say that. And I think while we're sitting up here waiting for that handout, we're not unifying and focused on coming together globally. That's what I would say there. But I understand. But real quick, Sister Cirquette, I see you. Hold tight real quick. I know you're next. But I got good Dr. Dahl on. You want to speak to him, and he gonna kill, or he, you want to speak to him briefly?
I can talk to him.
Because I know you don't have a lot of respect for him. It seems.
It really is just that one issue. Because we're kind of a friend of a friend's through a SRMOTEP anyhow. Like it's so there's gonna be at least that respect. And like I said, my only issue really is I think he'd have more power. It might not be it might take a little bit of a struggle to really grasp it. But if you take a look at these lineages as just being the same group of people, and there are that many people, and it's just we haven't spread the word out. And then there's some people, like there's a lot of people that know about it. But the thing that I'd say the weakness for lineage-based reparations, and this I know because I have family in California, they don't know what Gavin Newsom did. Most of them are just kind of get along Democrats. They don't know that they were looking at $30-40 million as a family, as a group, and where that broke down, what happened. They don't know necessarily why it probably wasn't going to work in the first place, because the state can't pay it, and that's why we have ADOS focusing on federal reparations, where we have more than enough money to do it. Like, the money isn't the problem. You have to stretch it out over some time, but I don't think anybody has a problem with that outside of races. And like I said, a lot of those races, they're any race. That comes from everybody. But looking at the math, reparations has never been more popular. It's more popular than gay marriage and legalized weed was in my lifetime, and not that long ago. I mean, it's more popular than giving money to Israel. So it's not like it's
not
beyond
popular to white
anything.
people. It's not popular to white people.
Well, fortunately,
Before
not
I let
just
you go,
white
now hold
people.
up. Before I let you go, I'll let you speak to Dr. Dog real quick. Tell me one
Yeah.
politician that's pushing for reparations that's in office.
Right
That's been
now,
vocal about it. Right.
like
You stuttering, brother.
I was gonna say, there's a bunch that have signed onto it, but that isn't pushing.
No. I don't want to hear about some
So,
signing. Name me one politician that has been outspoken and said, I want us to get reparations. I want black people to get reparations. Name me one.
the only ones I could name got ran off by AIPAC. Cory
So
Bush.
they're none.
There might be some I don't know about, but the ones that I
You
know
don't
about
know any
got
of
ran
them.
off.
You don't know any of them.
Right.
Am I
Not that
correct?
are in office, right? Not that are in major office right now. Local office, there's hundreds. Like local Congress, there's hundreds. But when you talk about like federal Congress, it's basically a bunch of Democrats who signed on it. If you push them, they might say they like it. Like even Kamala, the one time she said it, one time. So I honestly offhand don't know of anybody who's pushing it. I know some people who are running right now. Actually, the one guy who just won, I think in maybe it was Texas, I forget where, maybe it was Chicago. But there was one guy who does talk about it, who just won recently, and I don't even remember his name.
Well, thank you for calling, brother. And again, like I said, I didn't want to debate you. I'm not one of them dudes like that. I like to have intelligent conversations. And, hopefully, our people got a chance to hear a little bit more about ADOS. And you're definitely not FBA. You definitely said that, because I couldn't have an intelligent conversation with FBA.
I am FBA.
You're not FBA in terms of how
no,
they
no.
do those things.
Well, there's plenty of people who actually go by FBA who they have no issues with.
All right, let me
people.
say
they might
this.
Focus on it, but they don't have issues.
Do you support Tariq Nasheed, brother, and what he's doing with his FBA movement?
He's not the FBA movement. He just created the term and he talks about it. It's just
he got a lot of people with the hashtag FBA talking about they hate Africans. It's one idiot, I hope he's listening, named Jake on call or something, talking about we need to delineate from the African people entirely, people that are over here. I'm gonna say African American.
That's fine.
In Africa was born in me, but
I agree with that. I agree that we should delineate from anybody that. Yeah.
You're saying you should delineate from our people.
I made that point in the video. Like, there's no reason I should be lumped with a Somali. And if you're, and matter of fact, I don't like why this whole sub-Saharan African thing is a bunch of pseudo nonsense anyway. Let a Somali be a Somali. Now that doesn't mean I can't politic with them. I can't be good friends or whatever, or marry a Somali.
I got a trivia question for you. What does an Irish man, a white American man, a white man in South Africa, a white man or a Mexican, what do they call you? And what do they call someone that's from Sudan? And what do they call a black man in Brazil? You know what they call?
Hey,
You know the answer to that?
you could
What's the
include
answer, brother? They
ADOS,
call
the
you the N word,
Brazilian,
brother. They call you the
and
N word, and
and what did a
systematically.
black dude call you recently? And N word too.
Well, okay,
So
well, he. I don't call him black. It's nothing about him black to me. He don't. It's nothing about that brother black. To me, I'm just trying to make sure that you understand why we say race first, because we're catching hell over here and we're catching hell over there. We're all one in this system. You're a fan of Dr. Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson said race. This was a construct created. Now we're in this construct. So while you're saying Dr. Claude Anderson and you talking about reparations, you got to give a full circle, because he also said that we are systematically oppressed globally. Race.
well,
Race.
like I did say earlier, ADOS has a flat black agenda. So we're as an advocacy organization, there is that. Now the problem though with that is you got to go against the whole thing where that they took affirmative action down with. So the black agenda, I think, unfortunately, because you're dealing with people who take you to court, and they like the Ed Bloom, and will argue that you can't make policy based on race, and that's racist and all that. Because of that, the black agenda is it's kind of like the jab and the straight right. They might be able to block those, but after that, we're coming with lineage. And if you land with lineage, you cover reparations for descendants of slavery in the U.S., and it'll be a windfall all over the world. So it would lead like that. And like I said, they may block that, but they can't block lineage, because they didn't block it with Japanese. It'll be a huge fight in the Supreme Court, and I'm here to fight it. I don't care. We can roll. And if I die, put it on my gravestone saying, Black Americans get reparations. Don't hesitate. You need it. It's owed. And to be real, we're not magic. I mean, we're looking at permanent bottom cast if you don't get it. And if that's the thing, we're in the reparations for anybody else and everybody else, everything else, capital of the world. So you can't live like that. We're, to the extent that we have Black Girl Magic, the reparation self is not in the Black Girl Magic spell book. So we have to be treated
Let me
as
get you
humans.
off before you get yourself in trouble, brother. Let me get you off. But listen, Captain Ados, respect.
Yes.
We don't agree with each other. I think you're a little lost and confused. You all over the place, brother. But I love you, and I'm gonna let Dr. Dog come on here after my next couple guests and talk about
All
you.
right.
I don't want to not unless you want to stay on, and you can go with him at the end. But I
I
want to
can
make.
I can take off, and maybe I can talk to him at another time.
That's
And
right. And you know what? I think it would be good for you to go on his show. Let him beat you up a little bit on the knowledge, brother. Huh?
hey,
He said he'd
I,
give you the dog
I,
down. He said he'd give you the
I'm,
dog down.
the one thing I wish he would do, and this is really
Easy,
the
easy,
this is with Pan Africans in general, is
easy.
I want to see just more aspects of the temple system, because the only problem with the Umar school is it should have just been one subject, mastery of one subject. I remember, as much as I don't like Haven Bullets, uh, he's one of the people that is against anything lineage based, and he'll make up all kinds of stuff. But what he said about Umar's school a long time ago was correct. He said the moment he started talking about having helicopter classes, he knew that wasn't going to happen. He was overreaching. When I said one subject, if it was just a helicopter school, you could have Horus as a deity or any type of flight deity and just focus on that. There's nothing would have stopped them from doing it. It would have been affordable. You need a smaller location, and that's it. Just one subject, and that's what I'd like to see from people who are more Afrocentric. Because I'm more Afrocentric than a Pan African. To me, Pan African, no political efficacy. But looking at how Mali and even just something like Yorubaland or Merowe, look at all them cultures, how they operated with a whole bunch of deities, a whole bunch of sciences attached to those deities, and that ended up being the gears of civilization within their temples. Is they produced whatever they needed to produce, like it must have been sorghum because there's no corn in Africa, but Kemet had a god for corn, so it must have been sorghum or grain. Multiple gods for like crops. They had a god for bureaucracy, like, so it was very mundane. But when you concentrate expertise in it, becomes the gears of civilization. You can get anything done you want to get done. So that's all I'd like to see, and to take all of these lineages as the 45 million people and just see what it feels like to address it like that. Because everybody has ideology. There's gonna be a whole bunch of people who believe this, believe that.
I'm gonna close out on this because I don't want to hold up my next guest, but I like what you
Cool.
said. Taking up, if you want to say lineages, I'll say tribes. But at the end of the day, it still has to be some form of unity.
For sure.
My man, that's all. You close now. You getting it. We're gonna change
Oh,
you
yeah.
over. It's gonna be Captain Pan African in a minute.
Yeah, my
In fact, I might give you
title's
Umar
42
name.
tribes.
I might give you. I'm instead of Captain, I'm gonna start calling you the Prince of Pan African. You close, but I appreciate you, my man. I appreciate you, and anytime feel free to come on. I appreciate you blessing us, educating us on what you feel about ADOS. Half the people think you crazy, but I got a lot of love for you, brother. Have a blessed day.
Great. Thanks for having me. Take it easy.
You know it. Thank you. That was Captain ADOS. Wow. Listen, before I go to Sister Cirquette, I see my brother Kenwado in the room, and I see Dr. Dawn in the room. Let me tell you something. I went on Twitter one day, and I'm not gonna lie, it was Yvette Cornell is giving me serious, respectful conversation. She hasn't been out the way whatsoever. If anything, I might have been a little, asking her a little aggressive, but all love. It was all intelligent conversations. Man, everybody was jumping off at me. FBA, ADOS, everything. And it was all funny. And this brother sent me an hour-long video breaking down one of my shows. And I was like, whoa. He was really agreeing with a lot, disagreeing. It was like really, really deep. And I'm sitting up here like, you don't sound like you are ADOS. And he was really coming with a different level. He wasn't talking about different people and stuff like that. So I got respect. We may not always agree, but again, I say this all the time. This is not my show. This is our show. And if we can bring in one of our people, have good discussions, understand each other, try to persuade them, and try to come together. That's what it's all about. I'm going to bring in my next guest real quick. Sister Cirquette, what's up with you?
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, I got you good. Man, my Bob Marley headphones broke. I'm using a computer. I hope I sound good. I'm so upset. My red, black, and green headphones, man. But yeah, so we all over the place a little bit. I know we was talking about leadership.
Yes. I was going to ask you too.
I mentioned this sucker Eugene, who I know isn't going to call in. And we were, you can get in a little bit about Captain ADOS, but just go in, talk to me what's on your mind. And thank you. I saw your comment. I got you. I'll hook you up with a commercial. Just bear with me. Sometimes I'll be thinking they corny, but then when people watch them, they're like, man, they cool. Like
they're really cool. Yeah, I like
cool.
them. Yeah.
Yes, but go ahead in.
Awesome. Okay, first off, peace to everyone. Race first, all the brothers and sisters, and to President Everett for having me on. First, I'd like to say leadership. Leadership.
Uh-oh.
Now, I'm a middle-aged woman, And my observation here, in which I call experience, and my spiritual name is Cirquette Amin. And so my experience is I really have to take this back to where can we start as leaders?
Mm.
And I am going back to the home because I'm a mother and I happen to know that it starts with me. I know there's a lot of other philosophies and different things like that. Of course, we need father, we need him in the household to enforce things like that. But let's be realistic. The mother is the very first contact. She carries the child.
Mm-hmm.
She nurtures. She delivers the child. The child looks in her eyes first most of the time, and she is literally the child's, let's just go in and say, God for
Yeah.
however long until the outside world comes into the child's life. And so, like myself, like many others, we always say, we don't care how old our children get, they are always our children. And they always stand in need of our guidance. And they always stand in need of our wisdom and our love and everything else that a mother gives. And in my time, I think that a mother can either elevate her child or hinder her child.
Mm.
And the fact that we do know that our children are, let's just say, I don't want to say out of hand, I just want to say out of alignment. Let's just say they're out of alignment. If you're going into the system, that's out of alignment. If you are of a certain age and you cannot read and you're not excelling in your studies, that's out of alignment. If you just have so many things in your records that you can't move on and do anything really, that's a problem. And so the actual leader in all of those things will actually go back to mother and father. Now, we know that a lot of our fathers are under pressure. Number one, they're not even allowed to live with their children a lot of times. When you're poor, or if you live in the hood, it's it is illegal if your mom gets assistance to have your dad in the household. So we have that problem, in which the mothers have to get hip to what that problem is and not help that situation, right? So that's another conversation, but we know that it exists. So we've got to get back to the family. We got to figure out what's going on with mom, dad, and children. Once we figure that out, most of the time, we're going to need to work with the mother. Does she need more education? Does she need help? Whatever it is that she stands in need of is going to directly, positively impact the children, right? Because I'm hearing in Baltimore that it's almost, what did they say? Over 50% of a population in a certain age cannot read. Yeah.
Dang.
And so that's been a problem in Baltimore for over 60 years. That does not knowing how to read and manipulate the language that is your language is a problem. You can't really progress like that. And if the mommy can't read, what happens to the children? Okay, so she sends them off to school and it's their job to teach them how to read and this and that. It doesn't always happen that way, because you got a lot of teachers that aren't there to show your child how to read. A lot of the black children get told in classes that they're never going to be this and that, and they are just discouraged even in the classroom. So again, it's the teacher's job to do her job, but it is your job as the parent to make sure that your child can do these things. And then it starts with you. So if you can't read, you have to, as an adult, you have to put yourself in a program. You have to have enough consciousness to want to say, okay, I don't know, but now I have a child, so I must learn. Okay, so these are the types of groups that women like myself, Lady President, and others in the 106 group for our youth group, we are focusing on the parents and the children right now. Because when we're looking at where we can make the most impact, and it seems to be there, it makes a lot of sense to me. My children are a product of me. That's why they know, don't go out in that street and do nothing and be representing me, because that's not my representation. So I instill that in my children. You have to act a certain way because you represent me. I have to act a certain way because I'm representing my children. I can't go outside in booty shorts and have my cheeks and all of this hanging out, and I got teenage children, or even if they're not teenage, period. So it all goes back to, we already have the etiquette program in motion, and we're working with that. But now we're looking to incorporate programs for the parents. We don't just want to say mothers, because some fathers have custody of their children. So we just want to say we're trying to touch the parents, and we're going to start with literacy. Yeah. And I think that if we can do the work in that area, because let's face it, we have so many areas that need, every single area of our communities needs hands-on, right? So we got to do one thing at a time. Or if this group is good with that, get with what you're good with and work with that, right? So we have learning how to get together within our homes. We don't always need to pay rent this spot and this, that, and the other. All we need to do is, number one, be able to trust each other and learn how to come together like we used to back when I was a child. See, I'm over 50. We used to have things called rent parties and this and that. Well, not me personally, but yeah, we knew other families that did. And we would get together and this and that, whatever we got to do, have fun with it. But that family was able to pay their rent. And then plenty other things that we used to do. What? That's how Friday got to be fish Friday or whatever. We get together, you pool the money, somebody's cooking while the other people is working. They're coming through and they're getting the dinners. So we making sure that our families is eating and stuff like that. So it's really nothing new under the sun. We just got to go back to like a good time. And for me, that was like the 70s. Different things that we was doing within the family. Nobody outside the family used to braid my hair, except for when there was one period in my life. But my aunties, my grandmother, it was no thing. When you got dropped off at their house and they seen your hair looking crazy, they didn't have to be told. They went and got the hair comb and the grease, and they got to doing the hair. So it's just that we have to stop being selfish, open our eyes, and get back in the family. Do what we need to do with our closest ones, that's right there. Because they always have people attached to them. My children have friends. So I don't want them running the streets, so their friends are allowed to come over and hang out. Then I get to have an ear. I pretend like I'm over here doing something or whatever. But Big Mama's always listening. And so I've always had, I talk with the kids, this and that. I might make them some popcorn and what y'all into and this and that. And how is school with the peer pressure? Does anybody try to pressure y'all into doing drugs or different things like that? Like, what's going on? Then you kind of try to talk with them and this and that. So through our children, we can reach others as well. And we just got to learn how to build the trust, because we have this thing right now where we can't let our children out of our sights, actually, So number one, we got to make sure that we have that that love and that trust with one another. And like you said, it just starts with building it, building. And so, yeah, so much that we need to do, and we can just start wherever. I just said, ancestor spirit, guide me to
That's
what
right.
I need to do. And on my own journey by myself, I've done work. I've taught people how to read. I've, just counseled young mothers, just so many things, sharing of my things, um, just, allowing my children to have friends to come in my home, different things like wherever I could step in, you know, that's where I step in. I don't kind of like plan things. Like they say move by the spirit. And we was talking about the church and lots of good things go on within the church. I really felt a sense of family when I was a member of a Baltimore church when I first got here. But what I did see was that a lot of the teachings are actually, from my point of view, holding our people back.
Mm.
Um,
Easy now. Don't want no pastors coming after you.
well, I'm actually ordained myself,
Uh-oh.
so I'm coming from an inside space
Uh-oh.
because a lot of them know things and they withhold information to stick to the program. And I happen to know this. And it has only benefited them and their families. And so I can't say that way is effective. But, they learn a lot of things in seminary, but they teach the people a certain thing, and it's pretty much sticking to a culture that is not ours in a way of teaching.
Right.
I'll just leave it like that.
Well, Sister Cirquette, I appreciate you, and you're right. And when you talk about it starts at the home, we got to get back to rites of passage. And maybe adults should have a different rites of passage because we got a lot of young parents out here now that have missed a level of training, as we say it.
Yes, sir.
I was talking to our good brother Mawali Moon. He mentioned orientation. Like a lot of us haven't had orientation. We was talking about the UNIA. You must go through that orientation and then your leadership
Yes,
training and things of that
yes.
nature before you get out here and start speaking,
I'm
But
looking
so,
forward to the leadership training.
oh, that's
That's
awesome. Bro, you
excellent.
saw Brother John was on. He actually he teaches us. So yeah, I think they start in October,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. Yep, that's what I'm getting ready.
but I appreciate you. I got a whole bunch of flyers coming out because I might have put it in the signal already for UNIA convention.
Awesome. Before I go, let me
yes,
just give one shout out to the Unity Conference that's happening at the end of June, last weekend in June in Atlanta. And it's a bunch of us getting together. And peace to Brother Tashaka Sankofa and Brother Ken
generally.
Wado. We'll be
So
out there in
link
that
up with
area.
link up. Yeah, Ken Waddle's in Atlanta, right? And I can link. You can
Yes.
link up with Brother John, the president there. So when you get down there, let me know.
Awesome.
Yeah,
All
they
right.
take care of you. All right, Sister
Peace.
Cirquette, race first.
Race first.
All right, hold on, Dr. Dog. Ken Waldo, you might have tapped out on me, but if you're here, I get you back in. Let me just get caught up real quick. I appreciate y'all being a part of the show. Yeah, it was my headphones that was acting up. I apologize for that. Yeah, I couldn't hear anything, but I made it work. I just took them off. Frankie B, the Iceman inheritance. Uh-oh. Brother Frank, you've been going in tonight. I'm glad you here. I can hear you both. Okay, thank you so much. Brother Frank says he can hear us both. Oh, let me see. Brother Kenwado says he hears us both. Brother John says he hears us. Kenwado said race first, Brother John. Baba Khalil says he can hear me. Okay. Uh-oh. They were absolutely trashing Africa and Africans. Uh-oh, that's Dr. Dawes about to be on and popping. Captain, you can come back now. If you feel he trashing you too much, I'll let you back in. They still do it at times, but as he said, that's the only difference. I think Dr. Dawes talking about the difference between ADOS and FBA. Yeah, that's like crazy. One's ADOS, one's FBA. We African American, I say, and we need to be one globally. Oh, this is a funny one. The corner store runs the black community. Well, between the smoke shops, the corner stores, and the liquor stores, I know in Baltimore it's like a liquor store in every corner and a church on every corner. So I may argue, if you want to say it that way, the church may be running it, but that's funny. And I'm not sure if this is the brother or his wife. You're funny. A lot of projection going on. Listen, there's no projection and there's no racism. You know, there's no racism whatsoever. It's not racist saying we have to put ourselves first. It's not racist saying that we need to support our own businesses. It's not racism saying we need to start educating ourselves on our own culture. It's not racism when we say we need to start getting political power. It's not racism when we say black people need to get economic power. That's not racism. Now, I'm not sure if you're the husband or the wife. Maybe y'all feel it's racism. I don't know. But that's not racism. It's race first. That's something that you white people have been doing for a long time. And I'm not mad at you. I'm sure if black people were in power and we had the political power and the economic power and all this or that, I wouldn't want you to get to come up either. I wouldn't want you to talk about reparations. Why would I give you reparations? I'm running things. Why would I give you jobs that I could have? That's why I want to get rid of diversity and all of that. Why? You know, I don't want you figuring out how to unite globally. So it's not a projection at all. It's about putting our community first so we can uplift. And as a white person, if you're his wife, as a white person, you should be wanting the black community to thrive and get better. A better black community is a better world. The only difference is a better black community means the black people getting to come up, taking resources, starting to run things. And you may think that's a projection, but the only thing that is me loving black people and not letting this be on the bottom. So I'm sorry that you don't agree with black people putting themselves first and building things together. I'm sorry that you don't feel that. Get your husband to call in if you know he's free to call in. I beat him up with the knowledge. What's the difference between ADOS and FBA? We're all the same. I agree. There's no difference to me, but except ADOS, they do it like on a slide, to me a little. FBA, they just go in, they hate everybody that's not, I would say, African American. No one's actively leading the black community. Brother Abdullah, race first. Brother Abdullah, I sent you that. For those that don't know, Brother Abdullah, UNIA Music in the house. He will be performing August the 20th at Next Phase Cafe, and he's going to do a performance at the UNIA convention. So if you ever hear people talking about the Race First song, he has a song dedicated to the African Legion. Shout out to my good brother who's in Vegas, but representing Chicago. He is avoiding answering the question whether or not ADOS is for black people worldwide. You couldn't answer it, Captain. You couldn't answer Captain ADOS because it's not. Can't be on the fence with that one, brother. We are all black in the United States of America. We need to get rid of all these titles. The nonsense is separating us. Thank you, Kenwado. Yes, it's separating us. I'm FBA, I'm ADOS. And not only that, I don't like Africans. I don't like Jamaicans. This is what Tariq be saying. This is crazy. Like, man, we all one. And if we don't come together, they're going to keep their foot on our neck. They don't care. Almost there, Dr. Daw. Exactly. Sister Cirquette tagging Amber Harrison. Almost there. Brother Abdullah, you got organizations like Cobra who's been working on reparations for years. One of these members is actually a Garveyite. In fact, there are a lot of Garveyites in Cobra. I know Brother Amamu from DC is in Cobra. I believe El Badas. We got a lot of UNIA in Cobra. Nobody's saying there's nothing wrong with, nobody's saying against reparations per se. Sorry for stuttering. But we are saying there's something wrong with being divided. And if reparations is going to divide us, then we need to look at that. You know what I'm saying? All I'm about is uniting our people. Anything else is not worth it for me. Kenwater, we're all immigrants, but we're the ones called African Americans. Raymond Savon said, no one says European Americans. That is interesting. But then again, that the Italians say Italian American. I've heard them say, an Irish American. That's interesting. But I would say this again: that oppressor causes that N-word. He keeps us down. We just gotta stop letting the names define who we are. If you want to just say we black, people with melanin, stick with that. But we gotta come together. If we don't, we're gonna be in the same conditions globally. Every reparation bill is going to be rejected by the system. They don't want black independence. I agree. Captain Ados couldn't name one politician that was for reparations. But you paying them dues, brother. You could get them dues to the UNIA, 49, 56 the first year, 49. Come back home. Captain Pan-African, that's your new name. Take your time. I got you, Sister Cirquette. Thanks for your dialogue. Let's have dialogue, LOL. P. Scott, why the brother don't show his face? yeah, I don't know. But I put this little screen up at the end. I was slipping. I should have put that up earlier. I think Al Green is for reparations. There's nothing wrong with reparations. There's nothing wrong with reparations. It's something wrong with division over it. FBA and ADOS are sad. I agree, because they just keep separating our people. Keith Scott, Selena saying, unify. When a black agenda like Tavis Smiley did for 10 years, he tried to bring black people together and vote on our issues. Accountable. However, what we need is a leader. She's saying we need a leader. We need to get somebody out here to lead us. We need a black agenda. Yes, we do. We need a black agenda. Captain Ados, you don't have a black agenda. You just got a reparations agenda. We don't need one leader. I agree. We need a few leaders. We need leadership training for our community. Dr. Daw, I got you. You coming, baby. We almost there. Bring me up. With him on, he didn't want that smoke. Gotcha. Sister Lena said we need a black agenda. He is African-centered, but not Pan-African. How? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's about to go down. It's about to go down. About to bring him in. It's really the black man's job to raise modern black child in America right now. It's really the black man's job to raise the modern black child in America. I would say it's the black man and the black woman's job to raise her children. And hopefully they can raise them together as a strong black family, whether you're with the female or male or not. Both parents are critical to raising of children, and we shouldn't separate that. Exactly why we have to take power away from politicians. Return it to the people where it's supposed to be. I think he's talking about Captain Ados. And almost there, 3 more. Oh man, that was a lot. I'm sorry, y'all. Do anyone want to go deeper in these topics? I guess she's going at Sister Cirquette is asking Scarbarian Queen podcast. Do anyone want to go deeper on these topics? Selena, they whitewash. That's right. Uh-oh. Stop crying and whining and actually do it yourself. Stop. No one is stopping you but yourself. Hope you learn how to do better for yourself and your family. Okay, let me get, I don't know if this is the white wife or the Sambo brother that when it felt the nerve to call me the N-word in front of his white wife. And I gave him the link. I told him to join. So he tells me, or she tells me, so stop crying and whining and actually do it for yourself. No one is stopping you but yourself. Hope you learn how to do it better for yourself and your family. Well, I'm doing the best I can for myself and my family, but the difference between me and you is my race is my family. I love black people. And so don't get mad at me that you're on the wall with loving black people and you don't like when black people talking about coming together, uplifting ourselves. That doesn't make sense. Who's crying? We're talking about serious issues about coming together and unifying. So I got to put you out there on that. Uh-oh, First Vice is in there. And so let me bring on my good brother. Uh-oh.
You are funny.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Captain Ados.
What happened?
Captain Ados came on. My man.
Oh,
and
man.
first of
Why
all,
you didn't let me in with
I
Captain
respect
Ados,
that brother.
man?
I respect
Huh?
that brother. Because he's not like this sucker Eugene who talks a lot of trash and won't say it to my face. You know what I mean? I was trying to be nice to the brother, but him and his wife keep coming on talking and stop crying, all this and that. You can call the show and I can beat you up, brother. Beat you up, you know, with the knowledge, but you can get it however you want it. But going in, Doc, your man said some things about you there, brother.
I wasn't really catching it.
Can I
don't
ask you one question, brother? Why you always got people going at you, brother? What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, I think is a great work when people are talking about you.
That is true.
You know, I think it means that you're doing something. So I appreciate people like Ados and Captain Ados, who seem to be afraid to show his face. When they're talking about you, that means that you're ruffling some feathers and you're waking people up. Because people who have been unalived, mentally, culturally, socially, they're not going to wake up without any level of resistance. And I think you're doing a great job of handling Captain Ados with care. And I think that you made much sense to him when you said Captain Pan-Africanist. He might become Captain Pan-Africanist, Umar's cousin. So I mean, I don't know what Captain Ados has said about me. I really did want to kind of see what his critique was, because you say he called me an idiot. He said, well, I don't think he's an idiot, but apparently something he said, it kind of concluded that I'm an idiot. And I don't have a problem with people him thinking I'm an idiot. But, you know, I think that Captain Ados is possibly, I don't know, Captain Ados doesn't seem like he's really consistent or tied in any loyal, and he doesn't seem to have any loyalty to anything. Just like we're like listening to what he was saying. So he's like an internet brother, from what I'm hearing. And what I mean by that is he likes the internet, and if you can give him some attention, that you'll win him over. Like that's why he's almost Captain Pan-Africanist. But some people just, like, he doesn't have an issue, but he tends to look up to people. It seems like the internet is a very interesting place. He's not loyal to those bros. He's not loyal to those bros. You know what I mean? And what I mean by that is, he's like, I'm kind of like, I'm Ados, but I'm not Ados. You said, well, you're not FBA. He said, well, I am FBA, but I'm not FBA. And then he said he disagreed with me about something. I think the maybe he said, because I said there's an ideological component. And then later he turns around and say, well, everything has an ideological component. He's not even loyal to his own ideas. So, I mean, I think he's having fun on these internet streets. I mean, he makes good for clicks and views and giggles and all that type of thing. I can tell he's an intelligent person, but he also lets you know that he's a clown. And what I mean by that is not a clown in a negative sense, but a clown is he likes to be foolish. So I mean, he likes to have fun. So let's look at him. I have a friend that's a clown too. She said, I'm a clown. I said, well, no, I was like, a clown? She was like, no, really, I'm literally a clown. You see, he's dressed up in costume, right? My dear brother is a literal actor. But anyway, I do think that I heard some things. He does have some tools upstairs. He's just having fun on the internet. That's all. He's not loyal to those bros.
Now, let me go back and tell it again. I go on Twitter and I'm like, somebody responded. Oh, this is a video. Just listen. I'm not really paying attention at first, so I start skimming through. Like, this real? Like, somebody really is breaking down the video, and I stopped at one part. And this would maybe rewind the whole video and listen to it. I actually listened to the whole video. He said, hey, you got dog on here. Oh, God, he went in on you. I just said, oh, snap. And I went back and I listened to the whole thing. But, more importantly, when you talk about that brother, like you said, he's very intelligent. He seems like, in a way, he cares about and is passionate about where he's going. But he's on the fence with a lot of things. For example, and I want you to respond to this. I asked him, I said, he said he pays dues to that. And I wonder if the brothers even heard of Cobra, by the way. But he says he pays dues for some bill and stuff like that. But he also mentioned the fact that no politician that he knows of is pushing for reparations. So how can he, in that standpoint, how can he go and pay dues without any kind of knowledge that is ever even going to happen? Like, what's he doing there? Like, you're in these heated debates. You're pushing for reparations. You're paying these dues to Sister Yvette Cornell. And you're acting like you have this great website with all this information that's going to get us reparations. Yet you can't tell me one politician that's pushing reparations. I'm lost there. What would you say to that, good brother?
You know how they say some people are armchair revolutionaries? You've heard that before, right?
Yeah.
I don't think I don't think he's even an armchair. He's an armchair YouTuber. So like he's not even a YouTuber. And I'm saying with all due respect, like he this is a hobby for him. Like he likes these things. He gets kicks and giggles out of this stuff. I mean, he said it. This is not like, he might support Yvette because they're YouTubers. They're like YouTubers are essential. Like he finds it fun. And Yvette, sometimes if you pay dues, you can get in the club. But okay, he said the only difference between ADOS and FBA was that there's some organizing structure. I think that's what he was saying. Like ADOS actually at some point began to admit that they are an organization, whereas one time they didn't. Just like FBA. He said the only difference between FBA, at least he was being real honest, is that there's an organization, which he said he pays into the dues, but he's not really active in. Again, an armchair YouTuber.
Uh-oh, Captain.
There's a lot of armchair YouTubers, no problem. But he's being real honest. I'm just saying, like, he said he does this for kick and giggle. He does it like he does things for kicks and giggles. I'm not saying that he doesn't hope things will get better. He won't give a little money to a little thing. But the reality is he's a armchair YouTuber. That's why he has the costume on. He's literally in FBA drag. So, I mean, ADOS drag. So it's Captain ADOS. You almost want him over tonight to be Captain Planet. I mean, Africa. So I mean, I treat that, the dear brother has a hobby. And sometimes real revolutionaries need to have some kicks and giggles. So I find him humorous. So he's entertainment. But this doesn't mean that he's not a decent person inside and all these things. You said it yourself. He's a bit confused. But let me tell you the truth, though. He is supporting ADOS because something about the stench of FBA, he can't even go that low.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what they all say. Yeah, the FBA is the lowest of the low.
Yeah, he can't go that low because somewhere along the line, this brother's probably a professional in the fields of some type of field. He probably does IT or something. You know what I mean? He does something. He's a real adult in real life, but when he comes on YouTube, this is his form of escape. Hey, Captain ADOS, because look, this is a conceptualization, and I'm having fun with it, but I'm thinking maybe this is true though. Like, this is his escape. I mean, there's all types of armchair revolutionaries that use revolutionary talk and YouTube, and they put the red, black, and green behind them and all that type of thing, and they do that for escape, fun on the weekends, but then they go back to corporate America and be a good old boy. They ain't shaking nothing up. They ain't shaking nothing up in corporate America. Look, they not showing their face because in corporate America, there's something else.
You got Captain ADOS being an Asian. You think he white, brother?
No, he's just having fun. He said it. He's having fun. And so I don't really take certain things serious. I think he means well, but he's a YouTuber. Yeah. He's an armchair revolutionary. I mean, an armchair YouTuber.
Hold your thought, Doc. I got to multitask real quick. Hold your thought. You're more obsessed with race than actually bettering yourself. I'm worried about bettering myself and my race. And Sister Selena said, you're way off topic. You're way off topic. You need a Black history lesson, or better yet, a white history lesson. Hint, American history is Black history. See, they won't come on the show, especially the punk-ass husband. That's the guy that...
yeah, what did I miss? That's what I was asking you. Did I miss something?
I told Lady J I was thinking about, I was going to speak on him a little bit. I was going to play the video, how he was sitting there with, calling me the N-word in front of his white wife. And I guess he takes it upset. He's a Black Republican, which I don't have a problem with if you're a Republican.
He's a Black Republican.
But I don't have a problem with that. I guess he feels a certain way because he's a Black Republican married to a white wife. So he feels... when we talk about Black issues and race, like we're talking about, he can't comment on that. He's talking about better yourself and all this or that. I want to better
because
myself.
He believes it.
I want to better myself and better my people. And you're welcome to. I put the link in the chat. Man up, man up. Like I said, you wouldn't say it to my face. You can't come and say it on this podcast. But and what's really crazy? I gotta stream this to UNIA Rock Media. For some reason, I don't think I streamed on it, so I can go in and edit it and then post it up because this is on my channel. But go ahead, Doc. I just had to address him. He's like Captain ADOS. He's an arm.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
He's a keyboard gangster. He's a keyboard gangster. He's a social media gangster. He got a lot of words on YouTube, but like I said, you wouldn't say it to my face. Like I said on Lady J Show, and I'm saying that respectfully. You got a lot of talk, but you're not even making any sense. You talk about you hear. I hear you, but you ain't saying nothing. I sent the link. Bring your punk ass on. But I'll digress. Go back in, Doc. Go back in. Go back in.
Yeah, so I was trying to figure out. I actually put you misunderstood my comment in the chat earlier. I was like, "What happened?" I had to step out. I
Right.
came back and you were turned up. We're like, "What's really good? What's happening?" We're like
No,
did he come in?
I had mentioned to Lady J. I said, you know, I may speak on him today, because you know, I don't know when she went on, but I might have went on and didn't say nothing about it. I can't remember how the sequence went, but it was just sitting in my head, and I actually was gonna play the video of you know, him feeling the need to call another black man an N-word while he's sitting with his white wife. But I didn't go into that. I just spoke on it briefly, but I told her I was gonna speak on it to let him know, like I'm speaking on it on my show. If he and he jumped on and said, "I'm here. You got something to say? I'm listening." And I said it, but I'm not sure if this is him or his wife. But
Pray for him, brother. Pray for him, man.
Yeah, I give him a lot of prayer.
Yeah, pray for him.
And
Positive energy. You know what I mean? The brother means he's doing the best he can. He's doing the best he can. Again, I said he can. He believes he has. I'm being real honest. He believes what he has is some special information. He believes that black people are hurt, and because they can't move past what he believed no longer exists, that they're staying stuck. And then it's being affirmed by him having a white woman. So he's like, well, look, racism is not holding us back. I done earned me a white woman. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's like this idea like that, it's got to be true. My theory is true. Black people holding themselves back because I got the prized possession. See, that's all tangled in self-hate. That's all, but he don't believe self-hate is a thing. See, he believes that we just keep getting in the way. Now, again, politically, my political decision is to be with a black woman. See, a black woman, I have a Pan-African relationship. Now, if I was talking to Captain Ados, who just is sick in a different direction with self-hate, is that what happens is, I don't know about Captain Ados, just FBA and Ados, let's say that. Those brothers and sisters over there, me having a Jamaican wife is almost like having a white wife. So I don't know who to be more upset at. My children are called half-breeds from
no, Tariq didn't say that, Daddy. What?
Well, yeah, Tariq Nasheed is in his FBA website, he says that we are to be leery of half FBA people. Like, and the only way you become a half FBA is because you've got a parent that's a black immigrant. He don't talk about any other races. See, Tariq Nasheed is also like this guy that you're wasting your time on here. I mean, it's good. It's for YouTube though. So proceed on. But we're not waiting.
Lady J said I could play the video.
What video? The guy saying all the stuff.
It's long too, because I actually had watched it, saying how long it would take, and it was like about 20-something minutes. I might have to come back and do a show on this brother. He's really funny and entertaining. He's really funny and entertaining.
I mean, so I mean,
go again. You can go in on him for me, Doc.
He believes he has.
But I gave him the link.
He really believes that he has awakened. So I'm being like real honest. Like, I don't think he's capping. Like, I understand the mindset. He's going to be a good old American, because black people, in his mind, the reason why our communities look the way they are is because we choose to not become Americans. We choose not to become patriotic. We choose to stay stuck. Go ahead.
James, make sure your phone muted, brother. I hear something in the background, brother. Yeah, Doc. The crazy part is that, like Sister Selena said, he couldn't comment on unifying the people. He couldn't speak on anything like that. But going back to Ados, What do you think his major is? He said it, but what did he say his major issue was with you?
He switched up because Ados is not loyal to none of those bros. He's not loyal to the bros. You know what I mean? I don't let those bros. So he's okay. Going back, he's an armchair YouTuber with a Captain Ados costume. And so what happens is, I think before he switched up, he said, because I keep saying that FBA has an ideology. And he says, well, Tariq, and perhaps because I say Tariq Nasheed is the leader, and perhaps because I say that I say things about Tariq, and he's on the assumption because he's a YouTube armchair YouTuber. He believes just because Tariq Nasheed say he isn't the leader, that I'm supposed to believe that. He believes that the major influencer of FBA is not the leader. Like, you can change and play on words all you want, but without Tariq Nasheed, we have no FBA. Without Tariq Nasheed, FBA wouldn't be in existence. Without Tariq Nasheed, they wouldn't have these talking points outside of what they picked up from Ados. Tariq Nasheed has taken what Ados created and made it even more crazy. Ados has anti-African sentiment, anti-Pan-African sentiment. It's a narrow to the worst case pseudo nationalistic group here in the United States of America that makes up all types of pseudo stuff wrapped in data through journals, through the skewed eyes and lenses of hurt people like Antonio Moore and Yvette Carnell. And again, Yvette can come onto your page and have good cordial conversation with you. And that's what people do that are abusive. They know how to win you over and say, "Oh, we had a cordial conversation," just like Tariq had one with Dr. Mayat. They had a cordial conversation, but that doesn't mean he's not a scumbag, because he's a scumbag. People who are scumbags know how to win people over.
This is the white lady. This is his wife. My husband got bored with you, so he stopped listening a long time ago. No, your husband can't deal with race issues. That's what it is. She says he has heard all of your talking points before, so it was typical. Now, here's a sister. No, I'm sorry. Here's a white lady that says we talking all this race stuff. No, I think your husband punked out because he knows we right, and he's just going to shut up. He knows to shut up, you know. But I'm glad we're entertaining to you. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I wish your husband well. I wish your husband well. Damn, Doc. Every time I mess with you, Doc, I get involved in this stuff. It's always you.
Hold on.
Brother happened? James, he wanted to rap to you too. He said, I got to get on and talk to the Doc. I was like, oh, Lord, it's going to be crazy night.
Hold on. Don't blame it on me, Brother Everett. Brother Everett, you smooth. I came back an hour later after having a conversation with a Baltimore legend, a real Baltimore legend, hip-hop legend, Mully Man, who came into the restaurant today. Not that brother who told me he's a Baltimore legend and he's mad because I'm holding Umar accountable for misutilizing degrees and things, but a real Baltimore legend who we had a great bill. I was trying to watch you, but he was in here eating and chat. We had good chit chat, so it was great. So I'm back, and I came back, and you're fighting the brother because he has a white wife. Let that brother be in his white woman heaven, bro. Leave him alone.
I'm fine. I thought it was the brother. I thought it was the brother, but now it makes sense that a white lady would say we're focusing on race. You know, look, this was her exact comment.
Mm-hmm.
You're more obsessed with race than actually bettering yourself. Doesn't that sound like a racist to say that? Am I right on that, Doc? I'm worried more with race than bettering myself. I'm worried about bettering myself and my people. And this lady is married to a white. Is married to a black man.
But he taught her
and
that.
The black man takes it. May I ask you and Brother James something, Doc and Brother James?
Mm-hmm.
If if a black man has a wife that speaks like this, is that a example of a Sambo, brother? Is that an example of a Sambo? Somebody that's selling out his people and allow his own wife that's white to say that black people shouldn't focus on themselves and uplift themselves and build economically? Maybe that's why he felt the need to call me the N-word in front of his white wife. And maybe that's why she has to speak up for him, but she's not making sense. I'm kind of worried about the brother. No telling what's going on in his house. Brother, you able to come out, brother? Brother, you okay? You know, I'm just saying. That's you again, brother James. Your phone might be muted. Your YouTube.
No, I just unmuted. I thought I cut off the YouTube thing or whatever, so I should be straight. You got feedback or something?
I had it for a minute. Yeah, that's on you.
Okay.
Make sure you exit out the YouTube and turn off your volume.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. A couple of things, man. You know what I mean? Your topic is leadership, and this is going to go along with everything. You know what I mean? With I think you've given Captain Ados entirely too much shine tonight. You know what I mean? The Ados, and let me address this couple first. When you say that you speak about race and you're not looking to better yourself, then I would refer back to when Central Park was made. Central Park was made because they capitalized on race. And what race was that? That was the black race. They went in and they took their community and they built a park. When you look at the Oklahoma riots, when you look at the Atlanta riots, you look at the Cleveland riots, you look at the Chicago riots. I shouldn't call them riots because then you think that we're the ones that are tearing up our own community. I'm talking about when white people went in and destroyed our community, and it was based on what? It was based on race. When you have this whole thing of segregation, what got destroyed in segregation? Our sense of worth got destroyed in segregation. Our community got destroyed in segregation. Our economic base, our educational base, all got destroyed in segregation. So you can't come back and say that because we are trying to unify and bring back that education. We're trying to unify and bring back that economic stance that we had before we were targeted because we were black. And you can't turn around now and say oh, it's racist that, you know what I mean, that you want to stick together and you want to do this, you want to do that. All of that is racist because what we already had, and it was destroyed because of racism. So you can't call us racist because we want it back. You can't call us racist because I want to take back what you took from me. When you talk about bettering yourself, then I'll ask you, when did Bethune feel as though she bettered herself? Was it when she came out of college? Was it when she started different businesses? Or did she feel as though she bettered herself when she opened up her school and started teaching young black girls? When did she feel as though she bettered herself? Is when she started bettering her community. When Carver started going around and he's down in the South, did he feel as though, you know what I mean, he was above everybody else? Or did he feel as though, you know what I mean, he was just the son of a sharecropper that got, you know what I mean, mutilated as a child? When did he feel as though he was bettering himself? When he started bettering the people around him, when he started going to all of those different farmers and showing them how to actually use the land to produce more. When did he start feeling as though he bettered himself? When he bettered his people. When Booker came back from getting his degree, when did he feel as though he was bettering himself? Was it when he walked across the stage, when he got his papers, or was it when he opened up his own school? Was it when he opened up the grocery store? Was it when he opened up the dry cleaners and then gave it to the man that worked with him, that worked for him, that learned how to do it? When did he feel as though he bettered himself? When he bettered his community. So you can't come back now and say okay, we're bettering ourselves, we're bettering the people around us, because the more we better the people around us, we're better. And you were right. You hit a major point. When the black community becomes better and becomes unified, it's better for everybody. Because the main thing that you have on your news every single night is that all we do is commit crimes. So now we have right here on your screen, we have a man that went to Maryland Eastern Shore, but he didn't stop there. He didn't say, oh, I got mine. Everybody else got to get theirs. You want to learn, then you need to go and pick up a book and teach yourself. What he did was he started a basketball team. He took the money from his own entrepreneurship and he started a basketball team. Who goes and picks up them? Who goes and picks up them boys? Who goes and picks up them boys and brings them to practice? Who drops them off? Who ran the football team? When you start talking, when did you feel as though you were actually when did you actually feel as though you were becoming a better man? When you started working with them boys, right? When you started doing that football team, you started doing that basketball team. Doc, you got about 50 programs out of TNAP, my man. You know what I mean? You ain't got to concentrate on these dudes. I mean, you have martial arts. You have all these different programs up there, man, in your own business. Who pays for that, man? When you got your degree and you're doing your work, you're a doctor. You counsel people. You are making your community better. And by making your community better, you become better. So it's not racist. It's not racist at all. It's race first, like you said, because we're concentrating on us.
Hold on, I'm gonna let the doc veggie back off of you, brother James. But I guess she's talking about why, since you've been the one talking, I'm telling you I could write a script for you. Same old talking.
Okay.
Get some original material next time. This routine has
been done before.
Let me say this real quick though, because if the husband can't man up and call in, we just not even gonna pay attention to the dumbass wife. We just got to call it what it is. She seems to be a racist. Before you go, Doc, I'm really worried about the brother. I'm really worried. Can you imagine a brother that has a white wife that talks like this, that's against black unity, that's saying we the same old talking points? Maybe that's why the brother won't call. I feel sorry for him. You know, I feel sorry for him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what kind of fetish the brother's into or whatever the case may be, but I'm really worried about him. So I'm praying for you, brother. You know, I'm sorry that your white wife is feels that we're talking about black unity, and that's a problem. Remember, the only issue I really had with the brother was when he called me the N-word. I thought that was an appropriate sitting by his white wife, but now his white wife seems to have the balls in the relationship. Damn. That she feels that she can call and speak and disrespect brothers that's talking about black unity. Think of that. Let me watch myself. Just because you're married to a black man, don't think that you can come and disrespect black people. Talking about black unity. You know, those days are over. So I feel sorry for your husband. And, you know, the things you're saying is really crazy. You know what I'm saying? But you know, we're going to continue pushing black unity. We're going to continue pushing the black agenda for our people to get better and speak about positive things on our platform. And, you know, hopefully if he stopped doing what he's doing and shut you up like he did the last time on the podcast, because you're ignorant. But veggie back off of Brother James a little bit, Doc.
No, so the topic today you said is what was it again? Leadership or something like that?
Yeah, so we were talking about who's really leading the black community, the churches, the Pan-African community, pretty much who's not as well, and what's the issue with our leaders. Because the last show, my good brother Keith Scott sounded like he was on the fence a little bit when I asked him a simple question. Keith Scott said the churches are getting all this money. They need this grant money and stuff because there's so many churches and not enough members. And he said, but they're not doing anything in the community. And I said, so are they sellouts? And, you know, I said, because that's what a sellout is. You take money for your people, but you don't do anything for your people. And I started thinking, like, we have all these strong brothers in the Pan-African community. But I always say the Pan-African community, actually the religious communities, are different communities within the whole Black community. And Baba Ori last week was saying that they've killed all of our great leaders. We don't have any leaders right now. So how do we get to the point where we can have some people lead us and get in a good direction as far as the people in power, the people are so-called leaders. We don't feel that politicians can lead us. That's what I had left out as well.
Yeah, so I think that we have to really reframe how we see things. I think that to say we don't have leaders is a problem. And I say that because I think sometimes we're looking for the leader to look like the leaders we saw historically. We're looking for the leaders of the 60s and the 50s and so on in 1918s and all those type of things, which the conditions were different, right? Even when we think about Garvey, right? And we think about, what was it, the riots of, was East St. Louis or something like that, or the the East St. Louis massacre.
Yeah.
And we think about how before then, how he like he was still trying to find the footing, and that in a sense actually catapulted him to the world. But he was a leader before he got that recognition. It was, the recognition in media doesn't make you a leader. You know what I mean? Just because you became acknowledged didn't make him a leader. He was a leader because he was already putting in the work as a leader. So I think sometimes we look for that same level of recognition from the U.S. government and its news sources, when there's plenty of us, including yourself. I think when people say that, honestly, I think we should be insulted. When I hear that we don't have leaders, I say, I just think that's an insulting thing, because I know I am. I work, and I know that you are. And I know that my dear other brother, so was it first president?
Yeah, Brother James, first vice.
First vice, right? I think that he's a leader. He's doing the work that is required in a leadership position. We have to see, we celebrate people that are who have gone on, and we haven't learned to recognize that our leaders of today. There's no such thing that we don't have leaders, but we have to also realize that we are in a real war. So everything that we put out is also there's an attempt to counter it. And then we also have to really be realistic that the weapons of yesterday are different. The weapons of today are much different than the weapons of yesterday. They've learned from what they've done in the past, and it's also true that we must learn from what they've done to us, and they have silenced us. Those who are really representing the community in very meaningful and transformative ways will not get the shine and the highlight. So I think we have to first and foremost recognize that we have leaders. And the reason why people like you and me, you and Brother James and all the other people that we know that's in our community doing the work get burnt out is because in many people's minds, they don't realize that you are a leader. All our leaders didn't get killed. That's a problem. To even think with that level of framework is a problem. I like I shared with I think Bob Imhotep. I said, like, I think it was yesterday. I said a young man came into my office and said, we don't have any leaders anymore, and we don't have people teaching people how to do businesses. We don't have business owners. I'm like, you in a black business right now? Like, but the thing is, because
I know you ain't disagreeing with what Imhotep, brother. Because you go at everybody, brother. We need peace right now, brother. I don't need him calling up the show, brother.
No, absolutely. He and I agreed on that. That basically we have to learn to recognize those of us that are in leadership position here and now. And until we do that, we will continue to be confused. See, because like, I'm just going to be real honest. There's nothing better than, there's nothing that Malcolm did there's people just as great today. There's like, we are facing different conditions. We are dealing with a group of people. I know, like, in our minds, we think if Malcolm just appeared today, that somehow there'll be something different, but that's not a reality, because Malcolm has showed up through many of us ancestrally. So the problem is we have to realize that the conditions are different. During those times, the laws were different. Segregation, Jim Crow, lynchings, all types of things was going on. So we have to construct our own narratives. And in many instances, in many ways, we don't realize people are leaders unless they make it to NBC or ABC or the media platforms. But if we continue to look at it like that, we will continue to be lost. We have leaders, but we have plenty of leaders. There's no one leader. There's plenty of people in this community and communities around the world that are doing work. I know I'm serious. I don't think that historically those that we celebrate were any more committed than I am today. I don't know about anybody else, but I know I'm committed to the point that I would die for what I believe in.
Hold on, Doc, real quick. We got a few people in the building. I need y'all to do me one favor. If you tired of this white lady commenting and you think her husband is the Sambo, do me one favor real quick. I need y'all to all get on board and do me one favor. Hit that like button. It's free. It's free. Hit the like button. Tell her get up out of here.
Smash it now!
Hit that like button. Let's get this information out so we can get rid of people like her and her Sambo husband. You know. But yeah, Doc. I had to go in on him. Baba Ori says, yes, we have leaders in our communities. All the people mentioned are leaders. Shabazz talking about on national and international levels. Brother James, you heard what the good Doc was saying. And I agree with Doc. We do have leaders, but I also agree, like when Baba Ori was talking, you know, a lot of our great leaders, and I think that was you too, Brother James, a lot of our great leaders, they died at early ages, man. And sometimes we even critique those leaders. We critique the Martin Luther Kings, and we critique the Malcolms, and we critique all these people. But I mean, I feel young. I'm 53. I think I'm moving. I feel young. They were way younger, and it's like Marcus Garvey died at an early age. So I think sometimes when they take out your leaders, we lose a bit of leadership training in the community. You know what I mean? Brother James, what do you feel about that?
I feel as what I was saying, you know what I mean, from the very beginning. Both of you are leaders in the community. Both of you are pillars in the community. You know, that's what I was saying. I mean, you go up to TNAT, man, he has, I don't even know how many different programs, you know what I mean, that the good Doc is running, you know what I mean? But he's there, he's involved. And he's involved in the youth, not only the youth, but, you know what I mean, adults, man. You know what I mean? This is leadership. This is what leadership looks like. And I agree with him 100%. We have to change our perspective on what leadership looks like. We get attached to people once they get into office, or they get a certain standing, or, you know, I'm not going to call out any names, but you have plenty of people, you know what I mean, that look like us, that go on platforms, that talk like they're about, you know what I mean, uplifting their people. But then you look at their track record, like, what did you do other than go on a podcast? What did you do other than go on somebody's radio show? What did you do other than that? You know what I mean? You didn't really do anything, you know what I mean, other than go out and talk. There's been plenty of organizations that have made millions of dollars on our backs, off our backs, man, by doing fundraising when a black man dies. You know what I mean? They're out in the streets and they're, you know what I mean, and they're holding up signs and they're doing all of this campaigning. They're going from city to city doing all this campaigning over the death of a black man, but at the same time, they won't let that same black man be a part of their organization. You have to stop and think, you know what I mean, with these people, and they have these beautiful slogans, you know what I mean, and they have great slogans, and they have, you know what I mean, they're out in front of the media. But the realistic thing is brothers like you two that actually do the work in the community. These people do the work in front of the camera. Y'all do the work in the community. Because at the end of the day, you ask anybody, like, how did these people help you? They didn't. But you go and ask them, who was the most influential person, you know what I mean? Man, I remember we used to go up, you know what I mean, up off of Harford Road, man. We used to do martial arts up there. Man, brother, he used to teach us, you know what I mean? We was reading. That's what impacts, you know what I mean, our people. I had a coach, man, that, you know what I mean, he stuck by me. Even when I wasn't on his team, he still called and checked up on me. That's impactful. That's leadership. Because, man, I'm going to tell you this, E. I sent you the video earlier today, and I said at my job, man, and almost cried. I sent you a video. Somebody shot up a playground earlier.
Oh yeah,
two people rolled up, and they were looking for one person, but they didn't care. They didn't care. They wanted to shoot the whole playground up just to get him. And I was talking to my supervisor, and I said, you know, you can take all the guns off the street if you want. Somebody wants to kill you, they're going to kill you. We address all these different things, but we don't address the mentality that goes into like this behavior. And when you remove people like yourselves, both of you, when you remove both of you from out of the community, it only gets worse. So when you have somebody on here commenting saying like, oh, you got to improve yourself, that's the only way we can improve ourselves. It's by improving the people that's coming after us. We have to improve the mentality and the mental state of these kids. We have to get to these kids. We have to.
I'm waiting. I got something for you. I'm waiting.
We got to get to these kids, man. You know what I mean? Because that's leadership. You know what I mean? I had a teacher in high school. You know what I mean? That made a big impression on me. You know what I mean? Somebody else may have had a minister that made a big impression on them. You know what I mean? Somebody else, you know what I mean? But it's the people like the doctor said that don't get the recognition that are the real leaders in the community. Like our sister Misha, that goes all around the city and picks up kids and makes sure they eat on Tuesday night and make sure somebody comes there to mentor and tutor them. That's leadership. You know what I mean? So yeah, I agree with you, man. And until we get into the mentality of why our youth are so angry, and I think the one sister that was on earlier, she touched on it. And I think Malcolm X said the same thing, man. The less educated your women are, the worse off your kids are going to be, man. Because the education starts with them. It's not the last part of their education, but it starts with them. And the more educated women you have, the more educated children you're going to have. And the better off the next generation is going to be. Leadership actually absolutely starts at home. And I salute both of you. And I salute everybody in your circles.
That's our good brother right there. I'm praying for you, good brother. I could have put up the picture with you and the Trump stuff, but I'm not. Tell your wife, leave me alone, brother. I don't like arguing with women. You know, if you're not man enough to come on, I respect that. And I understand why you don't want to come on, honestly. But tell your wife, go to sleep, brother. A minute. Yeah, go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, I'm looking at what Baba Ori says here. I like to look at it like, I think that we have to kind of all agree, have to kind of dissect what we're saying here in a sense. Like a lot of us are saying different things. Like some of us are saying we don't need like this one leader, right? And and then some of us is like let me just read it. Baba Ori says Shabazz agrees with what Doc is saying, but the historical record shows our effective leadership has been assassinated by America. I mean, is this? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what, like, is that literally most of the effective leaders? I mean, even Garvey, was Garvey assassinated by America? I'm talking about physical assassination.
No.
Okay. Was
Well, I mean, we can go into some theories, but let's keep it like
this. Yeah. But I'm saying, like, I think we have to look at these things with more complexity. Because I mean, I'm certain we can go down many leaders that are also and were also on national and international levels that were assassinated and were not assassinated. I also will say that they are international and national, and then we also have to say, just because we don't get, again, TV time doesn't mean that we don't even have international and national leadership. I will say that it's a intentional effort to not have certain, if you're speaking about Pan-African leadership or certain types of people from certain schools of thought to be recognized. I just think even when you look at, let's say, the UNIA, right? Like, to me, I think when we look at these things, we have to look at these things with more complexity. And I think that even sitting here as members of the UNIA, there's national and international leadership in this organization.
Oh, without a doubt.
So I think that we have to really, again, rethink it. So when I'm talking, I'm thinking about all of that type of thing. Now, are we at war? And is there a suppression of this? Yes. But there's organizations that have international, and I've been in several organizations.
I think I said that on your show yesterday. I commented.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me more.
I think Brother Emotep was saying something about national unity. And I think I said that, you mentioned something about you disagree with him and said that you felt, we do have unity, and you mentioned some unity locally. And he was saying, yeah, he would agree with you to that extent, but he was talking about nationally. And I said, well, we have national unity because of the UNIA and all the divisions over, but we also, I don't know if he was on, I was talking to the Black Panther. We partner with other organizations as well. So I agree with you. I was just saying that as much. That I think what it is though, that a lot of people don't know about it. They don't see it because, maybe it's on a small scale. Maybe they're not on that national level, or maybe they don't feel that they're leaders to them. And that could be it. I think
I can agree with Brother Imhotep's idea of what he said he's not seen on a national level or international level.
Yeah, I saw where he was coming from.
Yeah, more from and what I mean by that, more from a action-oriented or actionable level. But when I'm talking about leadership, though, I think we have to really rethink this thing. Like, even though we have leadership on these national levels, can we do better in the act of unifying? We can, even locally, right? But I think we also do both. Like you're saying, we do have these efforts happening on the international level as well. Do we have to do better? Do we have to fight and continue to fight? Do we have to seize the opportunity? When it again, I keep saying, like, Garvey, the East St. Louis massacre was a major piece. Mm-hmm. Like most leadership, there was something major that went down. So again, there's nothing that we can really say here unless we take into what is it called? Into account that we are being warred upon on these levels. We are being silenced on these levels. But there's definitely, I've been an international leader myself in as a part of the African Village and Culture Center. You know what I mean? You are currently a person in an international leadership position, are you not?
Right. That's right. I'm
Right?
executive council leader of the UNIA.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So I think it's kind of like what I've always pushed back on these ideas, because even people said we didn't have black institutions, but then we have a Sojourner Douglas right there in front of us. And then we're in a city called Baltimore that has so many black, like, for example, I was there one time before when people would, I would say, well, we don't have black businesses, but I'm in Baltimore and there's too many examples of black businesses. And then my professor even looked at me and said, don't you own 3 black businesses? He said, don't you own 3? I said, you're right. So what I'm saying is I get what people are saying, but we have to be more clear with our language, because if we're not clear in our language, we're going to misrepresent what is actually going on instead of promoting and building on what actually is happening. And to a great degree, even as we talk about Brother Imhotep, even in the race verse movement, what they're doing there, there's even is an international component there. It's not like when they had the last race first convention that it was just about local people here in Baltimore. Now, do we have to organize and all that on to great degrees? Yes, but he does have some international and national appeal. In fact, so what I'm saying is, I think we have to acknowledge what we do have, and we also have to acknowledge how they quelled these things. And we
Doc,
go ahead.
Please, respectfully, Dr. Dog, keep my name out your mouth, Imhotep. I'm just joking. I can't say that.
Oh boy, hey, look, you are funny, man. Look. Hey, you starting trouble, man. What you had a Red Bull today?
James, I'm Dr. Dog manager. What was you about? You about to bet you back
off?
He
been setting up debates for me all week, and then he get this guy Planet Captain on.
Yo, that guy Captain just mentions your name. You know that, Doc.
And then you didn't even let me come in the room while I was here. Look, what kind of fight promoter are you? I was in the room.
Dr. Dog.
I'm saving it for yourself.
I have to give it to you, man. You got to, what I mean? You kept a straight face and you kept on going. This brother's sitting here eating chitlins right in front of us, and you ain't bad enough.
Yeah, I've been trying to ignore. He's been doing a lot of things since I've been on. So I've been ignoring, especially the behind the scene. The quality is a little bad for me, so I can hardly see what's really going on here. But yeah, he is eating a cup of noodles or something.
Potato
salad. Don't let that dude lie to you.
He letting the lady, the guy. Okay, hold on, let me do this real quick. These assassins have created a void in Africa. There is definitely I wouldn't say there's a void. I would say that we have leaders in our midst. There's a need for us to. We got to strategize. Like, it's like I can't stand when people be like, well, it's never going to be another Michael Jordan. Why would you sell us out that short? There'll never be another this one or another that one. The greats. See, we have this fetishization of people in the past, and there's nothing wrong with that. But we have to acknowledge those leaders right before us. If we don't lift up the leaders right before us, how do they get to international and national recognition? So I think we just have to look at it differently. And again,
white lady
we need not be romantic about this. And I'm not being romantic. I'm being very realistic. And what I mean about, I'm being very realistic, I'm being realistic under the sense that I know that there's too many people out here that are dedicated and fighting hard as hell. I'm talking about on a daily basis. And just because we don't see them on camera, we cannot relegate that to not having leadership. And there's plenty of people that's fighting hard for us nationally and internationally in this one organization that we're talking about right here in the UNIA that's happening every day. So if we don't recognize that, that's problematic. And I'm not saying we got into the promised land by no means. I'm just saying we have to identify the models before us that are doing the things we are saying are not happening.
Well said. Well said. I like that point. You know, sometimes it's not about the lights glitter. You know, I hardly even talk about the basketball program, anything, unless I'm like just talking. You know, and you know, it's very important because, you know, one thing you can't do is exploit kids. You know what I'm saying? So that was very important. Sometimes it's not people, you don't see the people doing the work that's in the glamour. And to be honest with you, sometimes those people are the ones that have the biggest followings. The ones you don't see. They're just moving in silence. You know what I mean? You was gonna say something, James, to the doc? Hold up. She likes you, Doc. The white lady likes you. She said, I like this James.
What happened?
He at least thinks for himself in a more rational and critical way than the host.
Oh God! See, that's called divide and conquer.
Thank you.
The lady hates
you. Thank you.
Well, I take the compliment though. I don't always get compliments, so I gotta take them when I can, cause you know.
I'm just glad she's still on. That I'm glad she's still on. I'm glad she's still on fighting for our husband. You know, fighting for our husband. Baba always said misrepresentation based on language is a good point. Keep my name. Oh yeah, that was a good joke.
What does that mean? I think I missed it. What does that mean? Tell me more.
Keep my name. When I was like Baba Imhotep said, respectfully, keep my name out your mouth, Dr. Dog. I was joking.
Oh God! Oh
yeah,
God!
He
Hey, look, he making jokes. Look. Everybody call me the Pan-African peacemaker. Now he go try and make me Mike Tyson.
Well, the white lady, she got me out of order, brother. I'm got me crazy.
Yeah.
I'm so worried.
She has ruffled your UNIA feathers.
I'm so worried about her husband. But go ahead,
James. Speaking in leadership, and when we go back to, I know you had a nice long discussion on reparations. And
hold on. Now go ahead. Okay. You're talking reparations. Easy. Easy.
No.
I don't want you getting at the dock now.
Hey man, all right. You like you instigating right now. So when we talk about reparations, you know, one of the biggest tools that they use, you know what I mean, to say like, see, we can't pay y'all reparations is this. He asks, you know what I mean, I'm about to write a check. I'm the government. I got $1 billion sitting right here. Doc, who do I pay?
I don't know.
Who do I pay? Exactly. Who do I pay?
You saying if you had what?
I got $1 billion check right here for reparations. Who do I pay it to? Who I pay?
Everett Winchester. You right there. I'll make sure everybody's taken care of, good brother.
Oh,
but my point being, when you have all these different organizations. My point being, when you have all these different organizations that says, oh, they shouldn't get it. And the government looks and says, oh, well, they're black and they're saying that this black group shouldn't get it. This black group says this black group shouldn't get it. Instead of us securing the check, they use this, like people like the ADOS and all these other little things. They use that separation as one of their foundations of not paying reparations. Because one of the first things they say is like, oh, well, we don't know who were actually descendants of the slaves. We don't actually know who did this. We don't actually know how much money should this family get as compared to this family. And all it does is start to separate. No, man, listen, I don't want to hear none of that nonsense. Cut the check. We'll figure out who gets what later. cut the check. Because I can guarantee you that when they got ready to cut that check for the Japanese, they said, we can't pay you because we don't know if the people in Japan should get this percentage or the people that were in concentration camps should get this percentage. So we can't cut the check until, we're able to figure all this out. But that's the nonsense they use against us. We can't figure out, who should get this or who's to get that, or what. Only your grandmother was, a slave until she was 10. So, you really shouldn't get that much because this whole fam, is a bunch of nonsense. And that's one of the things that they use constantly when it comes down to reparations is keeping us divided. So when you have these groups constantly saying, like my man said, hey, I'm married to a Jamaican wife. I got a Jamaican wife. My kids are half breeds, according to them, is a tool to divide.
So you saying, as the young kids would say, FBA and ADOS pocket watching. They worried about somebody else instead of getting the bag.
Absolutely. Cut the check. Cut the check.
My thing, and I want both of y'all you learn a lot when you listen to people. And my good brother, Captain Ado says something that I think I got to keep going back to. My good brother said he doesn't know of any politician that's outwardly fighting for reparations. He doesn't know one politician, and he's Captain Ados now. That's fighting for reparations. I mean, this is our good brother right here, Captain Ados.
Because that's political death. If you come with a reparation platform, that's political death.
Are they fighting the lost cause?
No, they're not fighting the lost cause because they're not fighting.
That's good. That's good.
What you armchair YouTubers? Not armchair revolutionary is too much to give them. You know what I mean? They ain't even really YouTubers. I mean, it's like, at least, Tariq Nasheed is a real YouTuber, but Ados is an armchair YouTuber doing videos that nobody's watching. And he has a mask on. And I'm not saying like because views are the thing because I get tired of that too. But I'm just saying like he doesn't care. He doesn't really want to put it out there. He doesn't want to show his face. But what he didn't tell you is based on recent polling, approximately 30 to 38% of Americans support reparations for Black Americans. What he was trying to do is give you this idea that more and more people like the numbers when they talk about Pan-Africanism being a far-fetched dream, compared to why you are abandoning Pan-Africanism for this check that you think you're gonna get, where it's likely that you won't ever get it, and that even if you do get it, you think your oppressor is going to help you gain power over them, like for real. And then two, the reality is when people talk about African unity, does that in your wildest mind, do you believe that means that every country in Africa, in every place in the diaspora has to agree? No. You don't have to. Everybody doesn't have to jump on ship. It could be 3. It could be 4. Like everybody's not in the European Union. Everybody's not in NATO. Everybody and then the craziness is somebody sent the video to me today talking about, sorry about Pan-Africanism. Not when South Africans are doing this. I mean, you think white people haven't been killing each other and they still don't kill each other? We have to really, again, and my whole point is we have to look at things with clearer vision. I'm talking about all of this stuff from we don't have no unity, that we don't have no leaders, that we don't have no this, we don't have no that, we reparations this, and that we think that somehow that all, 55 countries of Africa, what have you, is going to come. Like nobody said that 100% of Africa, like I know some of us believe it even in the Pan-African spaces, but the reality is no, you don't even need none of that. Like you're talking about BRICS right now. BRICS is joining creating a force. They're not saying everybody has to be a part of it to be a force. Nobody said everybody had to do a thing. Just enough of us have to come together. See, that is the reality.
You know, when
Hold up, Brother James.
that
Baba Khalil said, oftentimes the system assign our leadership by putting certain people in the media. Once they put them in the media, they assign them leadership status. We have never been without leadership. So he's agreeing with you there.
Yeah, we think that, and we think that if we not on NBC, ABC, like Malcolm was back in the 60s or 50s and 60s, that somehow that we don't have leaders. See, we're looking for the same model. That's problematic. But we're the same people who complain about we don't need that type of leader. So what I'm saying is we have to be very clear on what we're saying. If your goals are never measurable, you'll never realize when you achieve them.
the going back to what you were saying, that the Europeans don't all agree. So when a couple of years ago, when Russia invaded Ukraine, a guy at my job came to me and he was like, "You always talking about you love peace and unity and all this other stuff. I don't hear you saying anything about Ukraine." I was like, "There's a reason why." I was like, "Because Russia invading Ukraine is Europeans being Europeans." I was like, "That's all y'all do. You see something that you want and you go and you take it." I was like, "So what you want me to say?" I was like, "The only reason why you care is because, you know what I mean, they boarded the country that you came from." I was like, "But at the same time, when Russia was bombing Ukraine, France was bombing Mali, but I ain't hear you say a word about it." I was like, "Because they black, they Muslim, and they African." I was like, "That's the only reason why." But, I was like you said, white people aggress against white people all the time, but we don't never hear about any of that. You know what I mean? That's not in the news. That's not newsworthy. That's not newsworthy. Let me ask you a question, man, because I always find this absolutely amazing. What does ADOS mean?
I slipped up and said African, but it's American descendants of slavery. I thought it was African descendants of slavery, but I'm sorry, Captain. My good brother, Captain, he got me on point. He said it's American descendants of slavery. Sister Selena says at Hanley too. That's the white lady that won't go away. You're the clown sucking on a box of salt. You're poisoning the chat with your racism. We know of racists when we hear one. You're a straight up coward. Yes, just because you with that brother don't mean you don't have a racist ideology. You grew up in it. And I feel sorry for the brother. I'm actually praying for your husband. We're not interested in what you like. Take your box of salt and make like a leaf and leave. Bye, racist. You see, when we start talking about good stuff for our community, that's when they always come in. Here's a white woman and we're talking about black unity. And she's up here calling us racist. Not because not one person on here said anything about hating white people. Y'all notice that, right? We never said anything about white people. We talking about getting our community together. And this lady's not with it. And she's dragging her poor husband all the way away from his people. Come on home, brother. What's his name? Eugene? Come back home, Eugene. Come back home. Come back home, brother.
Let me ask you this, E, to piggyback on what you just said. When YouTube and Google and all of this constantly sending you this stuff about this rapper is beefing with this rapper, or this rapper trying to shoot this one, or this one, it took this one girlfriend, this, that, and the third, or whatever, that's not a problem, right? Mm-hmm. When you have all these athletes and this athlete says something about that one, that's not a problem. Now, if the Rolling Stones didn't like Green Day, you'll never hear about it. If they got into a fight behind stage, you would never hear about it. When you have like the white quarterback that don't like the white wide receiver on the team, you won't hear about it. When you have the two white basketball players on the same team that don't like each other, or even on opposite teams, you know what I mean? How do we know that Luka Doncic and Joker hate each other? You know what I mean? They could absolutely hate each other. We wouldn't hear about it. But if Kevin Durant had a problem with LeBron, it would be on the news for the next 2 weeks. But like you said, to your point, but when we start talking about let's come together, man, let's put our differences to the side. Ah, man, look, what are y'all doing? What are y'all talking about? What y'all doing? You know what I mean? This, that, and the third is always a disruption. It's always a disruption because that's the way the system is designed. The system is working, man. The system is working just the way it was designed to work. That any time that you come together, like the brother said, like, oh, you know, like one of y'all said something about you can't have laws based on race. Really? Because I remember they rejected the lynching law, but they passed the anti-Asian hate crime bill. They absolutely wouldn't pass the lynching law, but they passed the anti-Asian hate. That's based on race. When Rubio was running for president, what did he say? I'm gonna absolutely do what I can do for my people. But when if somebody that looks like us runs for president, I'm everybody's president. You understand that the system is designed to work in a certain way, and it works. It works exactly the way they want it to work. And that is that there can be no black unity. And they will destroy it on every level. I was hoping that, you know what I mean, that you got into the whole, you know what I mean, the whole rap media. You know what I mean? How they're using our music, you know what I mean, to destroy our kids, to absolutely destroy our kids, to destroy our houses, to destroy our homes, because it's working the way that it's supposed to work. When we sit back and we be like, oh, how come we can't have another Cosby show? Because the system does not allow for a positive role model of a father, a mother, and a father in the house to be as successful as that was. The system doesn't allow for that.
Right there, James. And yes, Sister Earthy, we still on. I was about to get off, but James talks a lot. And Dr. Dawes at it with some guy named Captain Ados. And I'm being harassed by this white lady. So we might as well just hang out, you know, and kick this knowledge. But, and I want to hear from both of y'all on this. And I went to sleep the other night. Actually, I was watching a video of one of my podcasts, and I was talking about culture and all this stuff. And I had to check myself. I said, I did say that. We keep complaining about the rap music. We keep complaining about the music. Yet none of us have done anything to try to stop it. Shout out to my elder, Dr. James McIntosh, the former Surgeon General of the UNIA, my good brother. When Netflix came out with that show, the new cartoon about good times, they went right outside them in the New York division, and there was some other people on the West Coast as well. They went right outside Netflix and like, nah, we're not accepting this. Take it down, or don't get Netflix. How dare they? And that was they had black people in it. Steph Curry produced it. But I mean, they had like a little baby character selling drugs and things of that nature. It wasn't like the good times we grew up on. It was crazy. And they took it down.
That's it.
Yeah, but you know, he's older than us. That's from my mother lineage where they did a lot more boycott. And I remember my first understanding of marching was my mother, when I was younger, took me, my little brother, and little sister to the parade to make Martin Luther King's birthday a holiday down D.C. And we marched. You know, so she's from that lineage. Somewhere down the line, we got to put it on us. And maybe we need to do a little bit more about fighting. Do you think there's a stance that we need to start taking, like, okay, cussing is okay, rap battling is okay, but using drugs in a demeaning way and pumping up using opioids and getting high on music and talking about killing other rappers, not like LL Cool J going against
Kumo D.
Yeah, Kumo D. And, you know, and all of that, you know, none of that rap battle, not Boogie Down Productions and MC Shan. This is like, people are dying behind the music. And maybe it's something that, because we grew up kind of with like the Tupac stuff and we went through that little era, I don't want to use the word normalized, that was the other show, but maybe we look past it. And maybe we need to take a stand now and say we're not accepting this on our airwaves. We're not accepting this on YouTube and stuff. If it's going to be passed around, let it be passed around in the streets, but we don't need to see it and infiltrate our homes. What do y'all got to say about that?
Can I say something real quick, and I'll be brief. The biggest difference between boycotts back then and boycotts now, when they marched, they held their money. They didn't just march in the street. They held their money. Nowadays, people are march, and right after the march is over, they'll go right back to the Apple store. They'll go right back over to here. They'll go right over there. They'll go right back to the people that are giving campaign donations to the people that are passing laws that are oppressing them. You're giving the money, right? You're giving money to the people that are oppressing you. And that was the biggest difference between when they marched then and when you march now, because when they marched then, they shut down, bus lines. They shut down companies. They shut down everything because it's like, we're not only marching, but we ain't spending no money. And money talks in America. There's only two things America respects, and that's money and violence. And if you're marching peacefully, then, but if you're marching peacefully and you're holding your money, now they listening.
Yeah. Yeah, what was the bus boycott in the 60s was really started triggering where they say, okay, Martin, we got to keep an eye out on him because he's transforming things through the the finances. What do you say about that, Doc?
Again, I like to have I kind of respond similarly to blanket statements, right? So I think we mean something different than what we say often when we say nobody's doing a thing. If I'm answering the correct question, because I was multitasking, but there are people who fight against shit hop, excuse my language, or drill rap, and I just think that what we could do is even on at a hip hop level, just naming a hip hop artist that does it from his own lens is D1, right? So there are people who are pushing back against this type of murder music that we find on the airways. Now we also have to realize this capitalistic nation who exploits us will allow certain things to continue if it's serving them. So there's hip hop or whatever you call it, drill music or murder music is at service for white supremacy. But there's plenty of people out here fighting, but you have to, if we really understand the war, we have to realize that even those voices aren't propelled to the forefront, because to propel them to the forefront would actually be an aggression on the industry. And the people in the industry, the capitalists, they have power. The Jewish people that we love and all that type of thing, the Zionists who make money off of the ignorance that prevails in our community, they're not going to stop. And they will do whatever they have to maintain their power by keeping black people ignorant. And I'm not saying there's not enough of us enlightened. But again, I think when I think about when we say we don't have, I often try to remind us we do have, but we are like, what's the biblical story? The Goliath, what is it, like the giant and the small person or whatever?
David and Goliath.
David and Goliath, right? Thank you.
I had no idea what you was talking about. I'm like, the giant and the small person.
Yeah, so we are up against.
I'm like, where's Doc going at with this?
We are up against a major system, and I think if we don't continue to remind ourselves of that, we will feel like we're not fighting. And as we know, all of us, as Dr. Clark shows us, as Dr. Amos Wilson has shown us, as our greatest historians have shown us in these African Senate and Black Senate and Pan-African spaces, is that we've always resisted, and we haven't stopped, and they haven't stopped trying to oppress.
This lady keeps responding. Green Day is beneath the Rolling Stones level. Same reason why.
I don't even know why you keep reading this woman's comments, man. Stop giving this woman shine, man.
It's funny. Same reason why my husband isn't on here listening. He isn't on here listening because he can't relate to black views. That's why he isn't on here listening.
I think
lynching is illegal, sir. Yes, lynching is illegal, and they still out here lynching. You should know. You and the old boys, tell us how that goes. Sister Eartha says, well, goddamn. One reason the system is winning is because we still will not identify who's the we. Because the system on entertainment and all cultures are winning. The system of communication is the best and the strongest system there is. So join me for a conversation at dinner every Tuesday and Friday, 5 p.m. to 8 at the House of Chiefs, located 4603 York Road.
I have a question for Sister.
Call me, Sister Eartha.
I have a question for Sister Mama Eartha. I want to know, ask her the question.
Wait, hold on, Doc. As your agent, I want you to think this through. I don't want Sister Eartha getting on you, brother. Because you've been staying in trouble. You got Captain Ado sending me hour-long videos. You know? Well, go ahead, Sister Eartha. Dr. Dawes talking to you.
No, I just want to know. I want to ask her the very question. Who's the we?
Ooh, who is the we, Sister Eartha? Who do you think is the we? Who do you think the we should be? That's a good question.
I think I'm pretty clear on the we, but I'm not sure which. Maybe she has a different idea about that.
That's a good question. Hopefully she's still on. Who is the we, Sister
Eartha? She put a phone number in there. So anyway, I would want to ask her who the we are. Because I think I'm clear on the we, and I think there's levels of we.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I do know that.
Well, I
there's
know
levels.
I know when she asked about the we, one time, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sister Eartha, she was talking about, the panel discussions and, the work that she's been doing. And it was more like, we keep bringing these things up, but who is the we, like you said, who needs to be on these panel discussions? How are we moving? And I think she's more talking about we need to be a collective. So when we say we are doing these things, are we really a collective? So we're talking about unity, and everybody is on this unity panel. Then if I move a certain way, we all need to move that certain way, or you're not for the collective. So some of us aren't in the we. We're kind of on the I and not the we. We're on the we sometimes, but not all the time. I hope I answered that, Sister Earth, if you're still on. Yeah, I think she was more or less saying something into that nature.
If that's the answer, I would say, like, I'm just hypothetically, because I'm not sure if that's her response, but just responding to what you put out here, I would say that if we were to examine the panel, the let's say the panel that you're speaking of, it is you, is me, Brother Davon Love, and what's the other brother name?
Oh, Mark Hughes.
Brother Mark, and then we had the pastor.
Yeah, Bishop. I gotta call him.
Yeah, he came
Winslow.
in later.
Bishop Winslow.
He came in later, but even it was at his facility, right? In some regard, him even allowing us to be there was him working with us. The fact that we shared space and really trying to tackle these issues together is us working together. I think it's even more than that is that, I mean, you and I mean, especially since you're my manager now. We talk quite often. You know, I gotta stay. Look, you get me into too many fights, though, manager.
That ain't me,
You gotta
brother.
set up. You gotta set up. You gotta set up the major event, though. You do a lot of side hustling, but none of your other contenders actually come to the stage. But
Oh,
nonetheless, Captain Planet then jumped off. But and you gave him the option, and he started tap dancing. He was like, "Oh,
Then you gave him out. You gave him out. I don't know what type of manager you are. You gave him out, and I was going to be very polite.
You
know,
breaking up a
because
little bit, Doc.
oh,
There you
I'm
go.
breaking up."
Yeah, that's better.
I didn't want to have any
Spoke on Captain
beef with
Ados
Captain,
and he messed your mic up. Yo, this show
Captain
is
Planet.
crazy.
Yeah,
You can't make this up. You can't make this
I
up.
didn't. Well, again, I think that you, me, just different people. You know, even Eartha. You know, I'm certain there's people that supports her, and vice versa. We all but we are there's a war going on, and the thing is, again, I think we just have to look at it differently. You know, we have to strategize. Of course, we can do better, but the we for me includes my. Let's start at the lowest level. Me, my family, my community, the community organizations that I'm a part of, my fellow brothers and sisters are part of community organizations, all the way up to national and international levels. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to make it to everything that's going on in this world or even this city. We do live in a major. I know people in Baltimore often think that we live in a small town, but the reality is that is a lie. I don't know. See, Baltimore people tend to we tend to have this idea that we live in a city, a town. Like we don't really live in a town. There's so many people here. Like really, I know we think that everybody really knows everybody. Everybody really don't know everybody. You know, they just don't. I know we say these things like we don't even know every organization is in Baltimore. You know, so I think we have to look at these things differently. But I do understand we can all do better. But the we is all of us. But the we doesn't mean. I think we have to look at it with more complex. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if that's what she's saying, but I just want to know what she means by the we and what is she actually challenging.
She might have tapped that off of that.
So she put in her she put her hey, maybe Sister Eartha put her advertisement and ran.
Yeah, she said who's the we. Don't worry, I'll clip it up and send it to her. Maybe she can get back to us on it. You know that's very important. But yeah, you know, this was an interesting show because a lot of dynamics. I noticed like when I go on and you know you dealing with ADOS or FBA and I ask them certain things like, you know, forget all of that right now. How can we come together and focus on what we do agree with? Let's focus on getting the Black community together. They don't like really speak on any of that stuff. Like there's no consciousness to uplift. And a lot of them are for the Republican Party. Uh-oh. Sister Eartha, Dr. Dog wants to know who's the we. He said, who's the we?
The ones we do know are not doing better.
Yes, the ones that I don't know what she did. But Dr. Dog had asked a question, Sister Eartha. He said he would like to ask you, who's the we? Who's the we?
Yeah, for you, who's the we?
Yes, who's the we? But I think that, you know, I see a lot of passion in the community. I see a lot of pain in the community. But you know what I do? I see a lot of people that just want change. You know, it's a lot of people still on here because they want change. They want to see better. They want to see us moving in the right direction. And, you know, I think that sometimes
the ones
we always focus on the negative. I think sometimes, like you said, Dr. Dawn, Brother James, you both said that we do have leaders and things of that nature But I also think the community may have to start saying, and maybe not, like I said, not the Black community, maybe the Pan-African community may need to say, yo, we're going to have to put this person in the forefront, and maybe, and because, and we want you to speak on these certain issues, and we want you to push our agenda. You know, I hate to always use other cultures, but man, that Jewish community and the way they move, especially politically, is amazing. It's amazing how they move and how they stay on one code with that stuff, man. And you know, there's a reason why you don't see a black bagel shop up Park Heights. You might you don't see no black bagel shop up Park Heights. It won't succeed. It's not even gonna be able to get set up there. I had I worked for a company before I left. I was with what was I at? I was with a company called Lincare. It's a medical company, and I tell the story all the time. Like 2 weeks before I got married, they sold a company, and I worked for MedStar Health, and they sold our company, MedStar Health, the hospitals. And they sold a division of our company like a week before I got married. They sat us all in a room. Man, it was like steak, a whole bunch of food. It was like the Last Supper. We didn't know what was going on. And they pretty much said, we sold the company, enjoy the meal. If we match your pay and you don't accept it, you may not get unemployment. By the way, we're relocating y'all down D.C. from Baltimore. I'm like, that's like 45 minutes away. Of course, those mofos matched my pay. So I had to go down, and I was actually going to school to be a respiratory therapist. MedStar was paying for me to go to school to be a respiratory therapist. So when I went to the new company, they told me I couldn't go to school, and there was a white lady, and she was like, "Everett, you inspired me so much to go to school. I got my schedule." I'm like, they told me I couldn't go, so I got frustrated, and I went to this business plan program. And that's when I first starting my own business. And in this program, there was a lady named Maria Welch. And she had a business and she came out through the program I was in called Respira Medical. And, you know, I was getting all my homeboys jobs and stuff. And then they was like, man, she wants to hire you. So she wound up hiring me with the intention of her one day I was going to leave and start my own business. And she started, you know, by working with her, she would take me to the Chamber of Commerce. She would take us to the Chamber of Commerce. This was real with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. So I was just kind of watching, like, you know, how she would move. She would start bringing in more Latino people. And I never took it personal, but I understood that she was on that race first. You know, she was on the race first, and I always that always had me thinking and wondering about that, like, you know, how they was moving as a community, and how we think that race first is so bad. But you know, I think that we come in a long way, and I think that you know, with people like you, Brother James, you, Dr. Daw, like, you know, they got my back. You know, I know that we're really strong. Sister Eartha said, me, I think, and him, we are not doing better. So how can we help others do better? I'm not sure what you're saying there, Sister Eartha. Me and him and we are not doing better. So how can we help each other do better? Maybe that's the we, if that makes sense. Baba Ori said, wanting change, ditto. He's showing race first. Shout out to the UNIA, Dr. Daw, Brother Everett, and the other brother on the live. The other brother is Brother James. He's the first vice. Lord, help me if something happens to me. You know, no, the division will be in his hands, brother. That's all I can say. Brother James. Brother James. All right, man. I don't want to keep y'all up all night. Oh, hold up. We are doing much better at talking the talk of unity to action. Example, if you can be on this call, you can make a call when I left the last meeting up. asked the panel to reach out to me so I could better understand how I could, as you say, be better at becoming part of you. We are still not hearing from anyone from the panel. Does that make sense to you, Doc? She's driving, is what she's saying as well. I'm going to read that again. We are doing much better at talking the talk of unity. So I think she's saying her we is doing more than just talking. They're putting unity to action. Example, if you can be on this call, you can make a call. When I left the last meet up, I asked the panel to reach out to me so I could better understand how I could, as you say, be better at becoming part of you. We still did not hear from anyone on the panel. Well, I might have been daydreaming. I missed that one. I don't remember that part. You know what you're talking about,
I didn't miss it. I just think that most people disagree with that.
And correct me, because which panel? Because I've been on like 5 of them joints lately.
Well, I think the panel, like
the unity one.
Yeah. Well, the one with brother Baba Bill Gooden.
Okay.
Because and I get it, and so it's like this thing. Like, I think what she's suggesting is, instead of being on this call, we could be calling her. Instead of being on this live, we could be calling her and seeing like how we can connect more. I do think that this particular, there was a communication here with me and Brother Everett. As a result of the panel, I'm certain, just I've heard that we've been in communication, and I've heard things about the panel and people being in communication, even with you, Sister Eartha. So I'm not sure if I totally agree. Now, I haven't been in contact with you, and you haven't been in contact with me. Now, that's a fact. Now, I don't think that is, if I'll call you tonight if you want me to, but I don't think that would be indicative that we are now unified. I'm talking about as a collective, as Black people. I also don't think that we all have to like get on the call, as I shared with you. Like I said, I think we can have these meetings. We can have these panel discussions. We can have these gatherings. What she was saying was that we can talk between these discussions, and perhaps none of us are calling her. I'm not sure, Brother Everett, if you talk to Sister Eartha or anybody talks to her offline. I know I have not. As of recent, I have talked to Sister.
But I mean,
say it again.
She was on
Historic.
the show last week.
Okay, so I don't know if
she knows if Sister Eartha hit me. She's telling me what I need to do.
Yeah, she could also hit me as well. In fact, when I way back in the day, Sister Eartha was one of our guests on our show. I don't talk to many people that I work with daily, honestly, or between things, but we do things together. If you want to plan something, Sister Eartha, and you think we can do something together, I'm not the leader of this movement called Black people, so please feel free to reach out to me. If you feel like I have something that I could help you with, and if you have something, and I have reached out to you, matter of fact, and I spoke about coming over there on some of your nights when you were doing events. I mean, I don't know exactly what it is that, I'm certain you have plenty of brothers and sisters that help you already, just like we all do. Like, I have people to help me and support me and all those things. I just know that people, time, and resources are limited to some degree, but that doesn't mean that there's a lack of unity or disunity between us. Yeah, I mean, I do lots of work with lots of people, and I don't talk to them a lot. But again, please give me a shout. 443-333-2970. Your boy His number is public. And just like you, and like this busy guy, brother President Everett Winchester, who seems to be in 20 states at one time and can do about 7 things. He's in every organization. This guy is everywhere. I mean, I've seen him everywhere.
I'm not in Panama. I could have went too, but I wasn't.
So,
I couldn't. He's in Panama. Shout out to the President General. He's in Panama. I was supposed to go do security. I couldn't do it. I'm so upset.
my phone did. But yeah, I just think that again, we never agreed that we would call each other. That was something that Sister Eartha proposed. I think what we said at the panel is that I think we can look at that differently. Now, again, I don't know if it's incumbent upon me calling, just like I don't know if it's incumbent upon you calling. Now, again, I've been to panel discussions where Sister Eartha was on the panel. And so you've been a panelist at places. The last time I've been to a place where you were a panelist was at B Green. Was it B Green, Baltimore Green bookstore? But I don't know if you called me since then. But again, I don't feel some kind of way because you don't call me, because I know you're a busy woman, doing all types of great work in our community. But if you need anything or we can do anything together, holla at your boy.
There you go, Dr. Dog. He said, holla at him, Sister Eartha. Holla at him. He said, holla at him. So you're saying Sister Eartha is a part of your we?
Huh?
So you saying Sister Eartha is a part of your we?
I mean, we definitely, I say on all levels, there's levels of we's. There's your inner circles. Like Brother President Winchester, I'm certain that you have an inner circle of people in the UNIA, and there's calls that you get on that I'm not allowed on, and Brother James can get on that I'm not allowed on, and then there's other calls that you get on that James doesn't get on. So I'm certain there's different levels to this thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm more of a peripheral member, so there's certain things I don't expect. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that I don't think that you're working on behalf of me and my people, my family, our community, and all these type of things. And I do include you in my we, even if I haven't heard from you in a year. I think I saw you when we opened up the restaurant, and you talk about this was going to be your spot, and I didn't see you for another 6 months. But nonetheless,
I was up there eating. When I go, I eat, brother. I go up there. I eat.
Yeah. But I didn't. But you do live in all the way out west side of Baltimore, and I don't expect that you're going to drop, especially with gas prices.
Sometimes I can get to DC faster.
DC quicker than you get to this side of Baltimore, right? Yeah. So I don't expect you to come over here and get your black chicken box all the time.
Curry chicken.
But
curry chicken.
Curry chicken. I know the reason why I said chicken box, because you on one of your shows you were talking about, if you're gonna get a chicken box, go to a brother, go to a sister.
Man. Yeah, that's the thing in Baltimore for those that's not listening. Chicken boxes, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but no, they don't even rank anybody that's black owned that I'm aware of, and at least in the papers, anything that have black-owned chicken boxes. And most people support, when they go to chicken boxes, they support the cultures with the chicken boxes.
Well, Sister Eartha says, I'm never too busy to talk to you personally. I'm not sure if anybody said that anybody's too busy. It's just said we know that all of us are doing our work in the community, and that we are busy doing the work in the community, but that doesn't mean that we're not united. That like, I might not talk to Brother Everett really for like 6 months, literally, and basically, but I still know that my brother's doing his work, and I know that at some point we will converge. You know what I mean? I might not talk to Baba Imhotep for months, but guess what? My wife might talk to them, so it's like, it's all types of things, So I think that what I would probably say to Mama Eartha is that all the things that she's suggesting, I would.
She can initiate that.
Tiber 574, you're a racist. I'm not even gonna put your stuff up on the show. And Sister Earth,
Oh God,
Sister
I'm
Earth
gonna
said,
get off here.
yeah, I'm gonna get you to close out and then get James to close out. And I want to thank the family for tuning in. Man, this was a great
Cause
discussion.
you gonna get me in some kind of fight on here. You gonna Sister Mama
funny.
Eartha gonna come for me. Baba Imhotep gonna come for me. Who else gonna come for me out here that you got?
Brother. Keep your name out, my man will tap mouth.
Keeping that, look, I'm gonna tell you, you have a nice broadcast here.
We had fun, man. It's all about having fun, building good discussions. Oh, for all those while y'all are here, we're gonna have a great discussion next week. But also, we're gonna have the game show. For those that don't know, I had a game show. And you can be a part of the show. We're gonna have questions and answers all on Black African history. And it's going to be a nice setup. So I'm going to be pumping that up through the week. So we're going to have two things. I'm going to be doing little snippets of the game show. So if I get like y'all two on, I have y'all go at it for about 5 or 6 questions, because this isn't an actual game show. We're just promoting it, but you guys get a chance to see what it looks like. We had a great time last time. If I'm not mistaken, I can't remember. Ernest Shaw might have left with the belt, the artist. I can't remember. But yeah, they was taking that thing a little personal too. It was real serious. I know a couple of people been calling people out. Brother Asta, Brother Charles has been calling you out. He said, "Let me get that young punk." No, he didn't say that. But James is calling everybody out, Doc. So watch out. Watch out. But yeah, so we're gonna have the game show coming, and that's gonna be really, really fun. It's really, really good. And we might even do a 4-game show for kids. So, we will want the kids. It's not even about getting the questions right or wrong. They can, once they get it, have a pen and paper and write the questions down. And it's fun. And when we have our good brothers on here to answer the questions, we like for them to elaborate on those type of things. So, it's going to be really, really good. So you guys got to check it out. Again, if you're on YouTube, Facebook, hit the like button. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, because you really, really, really going to trip off this game show. We make it really fun. We make it entertaining, and it's also educational. So I'm going to go with you first, Doc, get you to close out, and then Brother James, just talk about, any thoughts about the show. And let me know what's going on with you. When's your next show? What's going on there?
Actually...
And is my good brother going to come on the show?
Who is that?
Huh?
Who's that?
You know what I'm talking about.
Captain Planet?
Huh? The captain.
Captain Planet. Captain.
The captain.
Yeah,
Captain said he'd come on. Captain said he'd come on. He's for it.
Hey, Brother James, I don't know what kind of coffee you gave Everett today, brother, but it's working. It's working. I can look in his eyes. Look, well, this
what's
week,
real crazy, real quick? I got off of work late. I was supposed to go to the gym, so I took my energy drink, and I went to the gym, and it was closed. I didn't feel like driving, and man, my whole schedule's off, so I kind of slept all day, and now I'm gonna probably be up all night getting on my daughter, my wife's nerves.
I can see that. I knew the caffeine was working. I could tell.
On and popping.
Yeah, I could tell the caffeine. Look, I'm looking at his eyes. Looking at his smile.
I'm a happy-go-lucky guy. I enjoy this is like leisure time, because sometimes
you are, but with the coffee is a little extra.
No, man, I don't even drink coffee.
I mean the caffeine.
Oh, hold up real quick. Sister Eartha said, when talking about why we are not unified, I'm giving my view, and I'm better at talking, I guess, in person. I have strong views when it comes to dealing with Black men. Example, it's like the village is being attached, and when you me are asking the women to go first. But if I have to make the first call, it will help kill the enemy. LOL. But I will say this, Sister Earth, that you did make one statement that but I definitely can tell you, if you make a call, you're gonna have not only me and everybody on this platform that's on now, but the whole city that got your back. So I think that you're in good hands. I think sometimes it's hard. It's a lot of people doing a lot of things, but I can just definitely tell you we got a lot of love for you up here. And whenever you need us, like I say, whenever you call me, I'm there. If I can make it, I'm there. But go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, what is it? I'm just closing out.
Yeah, just close out. But what's going on? Anything going on with your show and what you got going
on? I have in Walimu, Losi Lumumba.
He's coming on in person.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of energy in that room that day. On May the 3rd, I believe, June the 3rd. You're funny with that ADO stuff. I don't even know how I'm supposed to keep my look. You've been challenging my attention span since I've been. Hey, you look. I told you know how to keep my show interesting. Look, I can't. Hey,
Captain ADO.
Yeah, Captain. Look, you are funny. I'm gonna tell you the one you need to put up there for me, since you want to be messy. You need to put high key up there.
Brother. I'm gonna leave my guy alone, brother. He minding his business.
Hey, that's the one you need to put the honorable one up there. The one been taking shots at, but he been quiet ever since, so it's all good. You know what I mean?
We got a debate show as well. Y'all can go at it. We can, but it'd be a love debate. I love it.
Yeah. So
I know if you call my good brother, he'd do anything for you.
Okay, so I love to have one with Brother Haki because according to him, all the small Pan-Africanists in Baltimore ain't doing nothing, nowhere near as great as he's doing, because he's shaking hands with everybody and taking pictures with the people at the embassies, and he's going to Cuba. He's probably in Cuba now, and so since he's doing all the great things, and I appreciate that he's doing things that outshines mostly everybody, and he's doing all the great things. Huh?
You see this, Doc?
What's that?
Lord.
What happened?
You going at my guy high key, man.
Oh, you mean I said since you want to be messy, let's do a real one. Hey, you want to talk? You want to make up fights? Let's talk about a real one. So,
oh God.
Hey, bring them out, bring the honorable one. The self-appointed and anointed 100 books a year for over the last 20 years out. Bring them out. The great one, Cirquette Amin, the one who says that Nature Boy and Dr. York and Polite are Pan-Africanists. I don't even know, most Pan-Africans don't even know about these cats. So nonetheless, I mean, maybe York, but he tries to stain Pan-Africanism and say, look with me, I'm at this place and you're not here, so you're not doing a thing. So again, like I often tell Haki, we all can't be at the same places. We all can't be in the same places at the same spaces. But nonetheless, in closing, we'll have Brother Losi on. Haki, I love you, dear brother. But I'll have Brother Losi on this Wednesday on Conversations with Dr. Daw. That's what's going on that side of the room. As it pertains to what Mama Eartha is saying here, when talking about why we are not unified, I'm giving my view, and she says I'm better at talking in person. Yes, this is what she says. We all have our preferences, right? I have strong views when it comes to dealing with black men. Example, it's like the village is being attacked, and me are asking women to go first. So that one part of the statement I don't really agree with. It's not like I haven't reached out to Mama Earth. I've only known her about let me see. I've known Mama Earth for about I don't know, since probably 2009 or 10. So at least 16 years, right? And I've had her on my show before. The iterations before this show, I've reached out to her. I've had her on different. I've reached out to her on other occasions. So I mean, we do have. So I've reached out to you already. We've started that process, and I started that process. So nonetheless, if you call me now after 19 years of knowing each other, or over 20 years of knowing each other, I'm certain I'm the first one to reach out to you as a young brother coming up. So I reached out to you already. And you better know when I just gave you one example, Mama Eartha. I can go and pull the data. I got the footage when you came on the show. I just got to go and find it. You know what I mean? I brought you on the show, comp tax. You got to remember, comp tax. Yep. So I've come to your meetings even over there when you were having meetings. I think it was with women, maybe. I can't remember. But I've been through a few meetings at your location as well. I've actually came to and met with you with Brother Curtis at your location as well. Okay, look, she said show it. And the problem is she can't remember it. look. She can't remember that she was on the show. Hey, she can't remember that she was on the show. All right, look, Mama Eartha says she calling me out. All right, or virgin. Hold on.
Hello?
You sound distant, but we hear you.
Brother Everett. I sound okay. Hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, because we got to get you to close out before Sister Earth to call up in here, brother.
Yeah, tell Sister. But anyway, what I'm going to do if I still have the footage. If I can't find the footage, I'm certain I can find a flyer.
Ooh, hold up, Sister Eartha, like she calling you out. She calling you out.
Okay, look. All right, so
Listen,
I'm hoping I have
on
this on
quick,
YouTube.
Sister Eartha, I'm Dr. Dawes' manager. You got to fall in line. He got a lot of people that's trying to get at him right now.
Look,
he got to fall in line.
The only person,
the first one he's calling out is my good brother. I'm not gonna say his name because I'm not gonna let that happen. We're gonna work that out. But he got Captain ADOS on him. He got the whole FBA on him. He got all the ADOS on him. James, I gotta send you this video this brother sent. It's like an hour long.
Hey, Sister Eartha used to always be at Flight with her meetings too back in the day. Don't we miss Flight, Sister Eartha? Don't we miss Flight? You remember Flight?
You just can't let it be, Honda.
No. I'm going.
Sister Eartha. One thing I give Sister Eartha, she don't hold her punches. She gonna let you know how she feels. So I don't know if she's joking or not. I don't know, Doc.
She's serious, but she's having fun. She's serious, but she's having fun. Mama, she has a lot of energy. There's nothing wrong with that. But Haki, though, on the other hand, Haki. Hey, Haki, a different story.
Haki said he's moving on, man. He ain't gonna be in your circles, man. And we're gonna just have to have a good nice sit down.
Haki, all right, man. Haki is already
he out of town, right? My man getting it in.
While we sitting here measling wasting time on YouTube, he's in Cuba. Let me see. But yeah, so I'll find that show for you, Mama Eartha, if I still have it. With me and Brother Sankofa, actually. You actually came in, I believe. You actually came in, and we were actually on North Avenue. If this helps recollect your memory. We had the fire had happened, I think, at that point, and then we went from upstairs, downstairs in the basement. Yeah, so so anyway, I'm gonna say blessings is always having fun, And I don't mind having these type of conversations. And Mama Eartha, again, 443-333-2970. I don't call women too late because you call me.
Trust me, I've been on the phone with
out of
Sister
respect.
Eartha. She gonna call you, brother.
Get
your phone
you think
right. She call it.
She said over 20 years, so you think I don't know? so she said over 20 years, and I'm only 25. But nonetheless, brother, I appreciate what you're doing here. It's an interesting, it's very interesting demonstration. It's almost like a morning talk show at midnight. I don't know what's going on here. You started at 8, man. This almost look. Let me get here before my wife gets me.
Crazy. I'm going to say that's the last time I saw Sister said I'm going to say this again. I'm doing a conversation and dinner every Tuesday and Friday, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. And Doc put this in. She wants you to.
Oh, now she don't have my number. Hold on. We knew each other for 20 years.
Eartha wants you to text her number. Yeah, so when we first started in Janesville, remember we would be on for hours, and I always say this isn't my show, this is our show. I'm just hosting, and I enjoy just listening and I'm learning. I learn a lot. A lot of times somebody was like, "Man, what you always on your phone on the panel discussion?" I'll be putting it in my notes. I'm learning. I'm here to learn and grow. I'm not just talk. But this is our show. So, you guys hit me up what you want the next topic to be. Got a couple of days, and we'll be showcasing the game show a little bit next Friday as well. So that'll definitely be fun. If you want to be on the game show, hit me up. But when you get something wrong, we're gonna joke about it and trip. And it's all in love.
Brother Everett, though, before you go, I want to do something before you go, but you can go if you're going to Brother James right now, that's fine. But what I want to do,
where you going at, brother?
Where
you going at with this, brother?
Yeah, what I want to do is this really quickly, and what I want to do is this.
It's the business of life, the business of love, the business of health, the business of wealth. So again, let me say that again. If we get to that liberational day, you know what I'm trying to say. Sister Eartha says she's going to be, even better. That's right. Y'all gonna be like, David Murphy said, "Greetings, Sister Eartha."
Greetings. That's my tight knit member, David Murphy.
Right.
Oh, I'm glad.
So I gotta pay my dues for Sister Eartha. She didn't even say nothing on it, brother.
Paying her dues to her organization. I was a part of Tight Knit. I was a part of Tight Knit Connection. Yes, I was.
Don't. Another thing, don't.
Y'all know who the leadership of Tight Knit Connection is, don't y'all?
Uh-oh.
Huh? You know who it is?
I can't believe that this man.
We ain't still with the tight knit, right? Gotta be down with the tight knit, gotta be down with the tight knit, right?
You did it already, like you said, off the top of your head. You gotta be able to figure out what guests are gonna come on. That's tight knit. You right off the top of our head. We got enough people in our circle that we be ready.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's what that's one step for tight knit. We ready.
Knit. All right. So, family.
All right, so that's just that. I come with the receipts. You know what I mean? And I was part of Tight Knit Connection under the leadership. We under the leadership of Tight Knit Connection. She ain't never been a part of T-Net. I don't even think she even came over and got nothing to eat before. But we ain't gonna talk about none of that. But I've been to her restaurant. I've been a part of her organizations. I've been to her meetings. So let's keep it a buck.
Uh-oh. This ain't
no
buck. But you gotta wait in
line.
And I
went over to Taba.
You gotta wait in line. All right, Doc.
Hold on. So tell her concede.
She's saying
she won't concede because she gotta be right. She like an FBA. You even show the receipts and they still running their mouth.
What's going on? This is crazy everybody. See,
Look,
what you did,
look.
Captain
Dr.
Ado?
Dardo, he come with receipts,
See what you
and
did,
he
Captain Ado?
supports. Huh? And ain't nobody in this conscious spaces that I've been around that I have not supported. It's hard. It's going to be hard to say that. But I can say they haven't done the same in this direction. But I understand. I do understand. Like, I do understand. Because, you know, we doing all the work we can. You're going to be hard. You're going to find it hard to say, you're going to find it hard to say I haven't supported people in this community, including Mama Eartha, who challenged me to pull the receipts, and she still ain't conceded yet. Blessings. Yeah, send the receipts, Mama Eartha, the receipts that I paid for tightening it.
All right, Doc. Stay safe, Doc. Don't, you know.
All right, y'all take care. Peace, Mama Eartha. Peace, everybody. Peace,
Right,
Brother James. Peace, President.
That was our good brother, Dr. Daw. I am actually his manager. We call it for everybody if they want to go at Dr. Daw because he stays in it. I tell you. Before you close out, James, I just want to just give another beautiful. Oh, where we at? This way. This way. Whatever. This one. And give a shout out to the chat. You know, my good family made it really good in the chat this week. This is the white sister and her husband. And you know, he didn't call his show, and I'm glad he was quiet, and I'm glad she got off. You know, this made it funny because she was amusing, but this is also serious. And we have to understand that it doesn't matter if you're married to a white person or if you're married to a black person. You still have to understand history. You have to understand where we come as a people. And you just can't be sitting up here yakking off at the mouth, mentioning things like lynching and stuff like that. You know, so, you know, I'm just worried about this brother. If you know this guy right here, please let him know I'm concerned about him. You know, no telling what's going on in the home. And I'm worried about this good brother. But my good first vice, man, it's a crazy show, but it's an excellent show as well. Close out, let everybody know what's going on with you, us in the UNIA. What do we got? We got a meeting tomorrow, you know that, right?
Yeah.
5:30 on Zoom. Hit me up. Community meeting. You guys will definitely find out what we getting involved with. But go ahead and close out, Brother James.
All right. Well, UNIA business, we got a fish fry coming up. We got a building fund that we're running because we need a safe space for our community and to be able to bring community leaders together, man, so that we can continue to build. Leadership starts at home. And I agree with the good doctor, man, that we have to change what we view as leadership. When you're building a building, you can't expect, you know what I mean, the masons to do the same thing that the carpenters are doing. You can't expect the carpenters to do what the plumbers are doing. And the plumbers ain't going to do what the electricians are doing. But when they all come in and they do their thing, the building gets built. You know what I mean? And we have to understand that, you know what I mean, whoever's name is out on the front isn't the person that's inside working. You know what I mean? That's just the name out front. So the real leadership are the people, you know what I mean, that actually work in the community, to put in work in the community. They're the ones that go around to make sure that the seniors are well taken care of. They're the ones to make sure that the kids have a tutor or somebody that they can turn to, you know what I mean, at the library or in the school. They're the ones that they get kids involved in these youth programs. These are the real leaders. These are the people that hold like our communities together. And until when you start to understand that, then you know who to get behind and to push forward and to support those people, because they're the ones that actually support the community. When we're talking about building ourselves is, you know what I mean, educating yourself and then educating the people around you. Because in order for them to grow, you know what I mean, you have to bring them up with you. You have to teach them. You have to water them. You know what I mean? In order for them to grow. As long as we keep looking for other people to come in and do something or do this or do that, or we just have like this fantasy of what leadership is going to be, you know what I mean? Then we're all going to be left out in the cold. Support your leaders, support your local leaders. We all have flaws. Like my man said last week, you know what I mean? I know there's a lot of perfect people out there, but you know what I mean? We all have our flaws, you know? And the biggest thing is not holding, you know what I mean, people down by their flaws, but picking them up by the things that they do right and helping them work on their flaws behind closed doors, one-on-one. Leadership. That's what leadership is all about. Leadership is not about bringing and tearing people down. Leadership is not about looking for fights and everything else. Leadership is about bringing people together. And sometimes it is putting people in their place, you know, but it's doing it in a way that they can grow from, not a way that you make them feel small, but you make them feel like, hey, man, you know what I mean? You're a part of us, but this is just not your lane. You know, that's leadership, man. And I thank you, man, you know what I mean, for having like the show, man. I think that you're doing great. And like I said before, and I'll always say, man, you know what I mean? You're a leader. And I think that you're a very good leader. You were put into a position, you know, you were thrust into a position, you know what I mean? But you took it and you ran with it, man. And when you look around, you know what I mean? Our numbers are growing. We out there, man. We're hosting the UNIA convention this year in Baltimore and in August. And we want y'all to all come out, you know what I mean, and be a part of, like, you know what I mean, be a part of this convention every night. Man, we all around Baltimore. We supporting other Black community. We support not only Black businesses, but most of those business owners are Black leaders in their community. It's all about leadership, man, and unity. And I thank you, man.
I appreciate you. Thanks for the kind words from the podcast. Even though you got me to start it and then you pumped out and I ain't seen you for like 4 weeks. I'm glad you starting to contribute again. You know.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem, man. Just have your chitlins before the show start next time, man.
All right, brother Jay Rich, I appreciate you.
All right, man. Later.
Race first. All right, family. Man, that was a crazy show. My headphones stopped working. I got to get some new Bob Marley headphones. I appreciate everybody for staying on. Man, we got over like 219 comments, so I can't even go over all the comments. But again, I appreciate you all. And again, this is not my show. This is our show. And it's always good to build. We want to talk about some subjects that bring us together. And sometimes we're not going to always agree. But if we can come in and have these conversations, just like my good brother, Dr. Daw and Captain Ados, you know, we don't have to agree. But sooner or later, things will manifest themselves out and maybe we can come on the same page. But, you know, we just got to keep fighting and working together, family, and everything will be good. So I want to thank y'all again. If you follow me on social media, stay tuned. Remember, Friday, not only are we going to have a powerful topic, I'm going to have some people participate in the game show just a little bit so y'all can see it throughout the show. And again, thank you for your comments. Again, if you don't feel like calling in, you can always comment and be a part of the show. I love y'all. I appreciate you all. And let's just keep building for a better Black community. We had some obstacles with people in the chat that didn't feel that way. But if I say one God, one aim, one destiny, and race first, that only means I just want my people to get themselves together and unite and build. And if somebody has a problem with that, I'm sorry. It's nothing against them. I'm going to do us. We have to put each other first. And so on that note, family, I appreciate you. And I'm out of here. Please hit that like and that share. And please share the podcast and the information. Hit me throughout the week if it's something you want to talk about. Well, hit me this weekend. Because by Monday, you know, I'll start pushing it up. And I appreciate y'all all. Race first. Real truth and power. Health, wealth, knowledge, and self.
Real truth and power, health, wealth, knowledge of self. self, uplifting the community. Let's talk about it.